Hey, 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 what's happening, everybody? It is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024, and here we are again. Back at it, folks. Today, we are looking at the Madeline Soto case. Where is her father? And we're going to take a look at the crime scene and just talk about that in general. And of course, we're going to have updates on the other cases we're looking at, and again, possibly some new stuff. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for being here. And thank you all for supporting this channel. I do very much appreciate you so very much. So, as always, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Hey, 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 what's up, everybody? And welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. Thank you so much for joining us today. It is an honor to be here with you all. I appreciate you all so very much for joining us today. You rock and roll. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat, grab a chair, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please sit down and have a conversation with me about some real deal stuff, folks. Appreciate you so very much. Um, there's a lot of things to talk about with this. As you all see, we're looking at Madeline Soto's case, talking about where's her father and the crime scene and some other things that have gone along with this. And of course, as always, I'll be giving you any updates that are available. We always end up in another conversation about some of the other cases we're covering, so we will be hitting that as well. So thank you for joining me. I'm wearing my Four Angels shirt today for the Floor of Four. Got to represent those four angels that lost their lives horribly. I am so very proudly wearing this shirt. And it is a crappy day outside, folks. It snowed all night last night. It's crazy cold out there. It's what the hell happened to spring? You know what I'm saying? So I just don't know. I just don't know anymore with this weather. Like I said, Ohio's weather is so bipolar. So bipolar. Come on in, though, guys. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great for me to be here with you. For all of those of you that are over the pond in the UK, in Ireland, Norway, Germany, wherever you're all at, because you guys are everywhere. I love it. Thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate you so very much. I love and adore each and every one of you and appreciate the support you give this channel as we go looking for all of these missing children, missing people, and trying to help in any way we can to put something forth in these cases, guys. Thank you for that. More than you know. Come on in and get comfy, guys. We got 33 people in here with 17 likes. Come on now. We can do better than that. Let's do this, folks. This kind of stuff always has to get in that algorithm so the whole world can see it. Please, 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 on your way through that door, hit that like button. Leave me a little bit of DNA, if you will, just a little. Doesn't cost a cent. Just hit that button real quick on your way in the door. As you're saying hi to everybody, please, 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 just take a second and do that so we can get this in that algorithm, folks. I appreciate that so very much. Come on in and get a seat, guys. Get comfortable, everybody, if you will. I would appreciate that because we're going to be here for a minute. Excuse me, guys. Come on in, come on down, come on by, whatever you got to do. But bring your butt on in here, if you will. 36 peeps in here, 23 likes. We're climbing, we're going, we're moving. We got it. Come on, let's do this, guys. Excuse me. Please make sure you're sharing this out to whoever you think would be interested and putting in a little bit of time to help us talk about finding these kids, these missing people, these horrible cases we're looking at. Please, if you will. Thank you, Mrs. M. Speaking of Mrs. M, I want to thank you to all these awesome moderators that are in here doing what you do every single day. Because, guys, we all know I couldn't do this without you. I can barely do it with you, let alone without you. So, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for being here to do everything you guys do for me every single day. Much love and respect to all of you. Appreciate you. Speaking of everybody, let's see who is gracing us with their awesome presence today. Looks like, of course, never fails, but Randy B, the OG in the house. Welcome back, Randy. Great to have you here, dear. Neil Homestead, welcome to you, my friend. Great to see you. Cunning Stunt back in the house. Good to have you back. Good to see you. Robert Bell, welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Of course, Mrs. M. Always awesome to see you, Mrs. M. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. Doodlebug, my Doodlebug's in the house. Good to see you, Doodle. Good to have you here. Good to see you. The Mischief, Misfit Pariah. Welcome to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Lou Hellickson's back in the house. Good to see you. Steve's in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you today. SWTC. Miss Miss Tomboy's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. The lovely Miss Kara Willis is back. Welcome back to you, ma'am. Good to see you. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us today. Teresa, thank you for joining us today. Great to see you. Great to have you back. Of course, another one of my awesome moderators, Miss Heather Fitzgerald. Welcome back to you, ma'am. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Polly Pepper, Miss Pamela, welcome back. Welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you. Speaking of which, let's see here. Excuse me very much. Sorry about that, folks. Is that the same Teresa? If it's not, yeah, the other Teresa, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Ro, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Karma Police is in the house, guys. You better be on your best behavior. Please be good. Thank you for joining us, Karma. We appreciate you very much. Let's see. Elbow Requa, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Moni 69. Moni's in the middle. Where's she at? She's in the middle. Welcome back, Miss Moni. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Miss Val, hey, hey. Good to see you, Hope Floats. Thank you for joining us. Nat Cat, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Teresa, I did get that email I saw finally. Thank you. What is going on here? And why is that doing that? Desktop one, click, click, move. Okay, down. There we go. I think I got everybody up there. Moving on down, Miss Kells never fails. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here again. Come on in the door. Mrs. M got you junk food. Uh-oh. Where's mine at? Where's my junk food, Mrs. M? Come on now. Come on in, everybody. Grab a chair, grab a seat, grab a couch, grab a stool. Whatever you want to sit down on, make yourself comfortable because we're going to be here for a minute. Talking about some stuff, all the meatballs. I am so appreciative to see you all. Thank you all for jumping in the sauce with me today as we spill some of that sauce, talking about some of this stuff, trying to make something good happen, guys, because that's what we're doing every day. Oh, the Riley strain. Yes, we covered that one as well, Mischief. Absolutely. And welcome. Good to have you here. DS is in the house. Welcome back to you. I love that. I love your little smiley thing there. Milo, what are you doing back there, buddy? I see you. What are you doing? What are you doing? This dog hates this chair. I don't know why. Party of 5 in the house. What's going on, party? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you all so much for joining me. Come on in, guys, and get comfortable, please, if you will. Mr. Milo, come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. I've never seen a dog afraid of a chair. I hope you're having a wonderful day today, D. That goes for all of you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your day. I hope it is a absolutely amazing day. Welcome, Ms. JC Ann. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you're having a great day, JC. Waking up, getting moving. That's all good. I got you. That's what happens when you're a hard worker out there. It just happens from time to time, you know. You get tired sometimes. It's normal. Yeah, yeah. That's what he does. I think he's sniffing around for stuff. Come on in, everybody. 47 peeps in here now, 28 likes. We're getting there. Come on. At least pretend like you like me. If you can, I would appreciate that so very much. So does YouTube when we get that up in that algorithm. We can do it, guys. I know we can. See, there it is. Absolutely. That makes perfect sense, JC. I hate those late nights. Julie Gibson, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. I love seeing all these newer faces and names, guys. It's awesome. I love it, and I appreciate you all so very much. Oh, absolutely, Teresa. I'll probably be covering that stuff tonight for sure. Welcome, Debs. Good to see you today. I kind of wanted to get together with Salty before I did my Delphi coverage. I like to have conversations with her about it before I do it. She's my I call her my expert because she is very good with this stuff. Mrs. M told me to come in because I drive her nuts and DM's talking. Well, I hope you like it here, Miss Chip. I do. Mrs. M is an amazing lady, and she's usually pretty good with her recommendations and things like that. So I hope you enjoy yourself. I can promise you'll be welcomed with open arms and treated the best you possibly can in here. So it's wonderful to have you here, ma'am. Salty's channel. Salty Sleuth, True Crime. I think it is True Crime Time. We linked it in here once before. Brandy, can you link that, hun? Salty's channel, or one of you guys, please. Ms. Dakota, happy Tuesday to you and welcome. Great to have you here today. Come on in. Find a seat. Get comfy, please. No rush, dear. Take your time. Let me check some things here real fast. Hmm. Come on in, y'all. If you will, please. Again, I hope you guys are all having a great start to your day, early afternoon, whatever you want to call it. Thank you guys so very much for joining me last night and yesterday. You are appreciated. Let me see something here. Okay. Thank you, Brady. That is the link to Salty's channel, guys, for anybody interested. Miss Jennifer Hanson, welcome back. Great to see you. It's been a minute. Great to have you here. Nope, not today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna check that out after the fact. Nope, but thank you for joining us. The Riley Strain thing. Towards I'm gonna throw all the updates and everything in after we hit the meat and potatoes, I guess you could call it, of the show for today. We will check it out. And of course, thank you, Brandy. Like Doodle always says, buckle your bloomers, guys. We're gonna be here for a minute. 64 peeps in here. That's so very awesome. Let's see. What do we have going on? Yeah. Please make sure you're hitting that like button as you come through the door. And again, I want to thank you to everybody that has Bambi. Welcome from Wyoming. Wonderful to have you here. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Uh, just to thank everybody. I noticed this morning again when I was checking things out. Welcome, Dahlia. Welcome back. Good to see you. We're continuously growing, folks. We're up to 76, almost 77 subscribers at this point. So once again, folks, thank you 7,700. I'm sorry. Thank you so very much for doing this, guys. This wouldn't happen if it wasn't for y'all. And I appreciate you guys so very much for helping to make this channel grow and become what it is, guys. You guys rock and roll. And I appreciate you all very, very, very much. What was I doing here? Okay. Excuse me. Um, bingo, bango. There it is. Okay. I did not get that, Mischief. I heard about it and I watched a video about it, but I didn't get to actually get that. I wish I had it, to be honest with you. I did read, you know, from other places and about what's going on with it. So I had some problems initially finding the site to pull it up on, unfortunately. Come on in, everybody. 60 peeps in here. 43 likes. We're getting there. We are getting there. Come on now. Please make it happen if we can so we can get this in the algorithm. Yes, very much so. I do know that. I didn't want to read that live because it was so graphic and it was quite disturbing and triggering for a lot of people. So I just kind of backed away from reading all the details because we know what he did, what is horrible. We know he's a monster. And out of respect, I didn't want to put that out there anymore. Thank you, Brandy. If you guys are TikTokers, please. It says, let's get Dago's followers up. Here's your link. That is Salty's link or TikTok, of course. Um, we have a TikTok here with this channel as well. If you guys aren't familiar with it, check it out. It's pretty decent. This Miss Brandy here does some really cool things with it, and I am more than excited for what she does with it. So, for any of you that are TikTokers, check it out if you will. I appreciate that so very much. Miss SRB is in the house. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you. No worries, dear. Take your time. I did. I did touch on Caleb Harris just a little bit, JC. We're going to be hitting that up too. So, like I said earlier, some new stuff that we're going to be throwing out there. Once again, no, you're okay, Brady. I got you. Come on in, everybody. Please get comfortable. Find your place. 70 peeps in here now. 47 likes. Let's make that happen with the like button, guys. If we can, please make it match. I agree, Dahlia. There's no reason, guys. Listen. There are people that want to hear it. I don't know why. I don't. I don't want to hear it at all. I know what he did. We all know what he did. Miss Victoria, welcome back. Good to see you today, dear. And there we go. That's the TikTok for our TikTok here at the True Crime Cafe. Thank you, Brady, dear. Brady does an amazing job over there, by the way, guys. Please, if you check it out, let her know what you think because she does do great stuff. Welcome, Moonlit Baby. Going back to what I was saying though, Dahlia, what happened to that little girl is just absolutely and utterly disgraceful, disgusting, horrific. Okay, to sit and read about it and explain it and give detailed pieces of the information out, it puts visuals in people's minds. We don't want to visualize that. Okay. Like I said, the man's a monster. We know what he did. That's enough for me. Okay. That's all I need. I don't need to read the details to you guys or for myself. It's horrific. And that is triggering to a lot of people that sadly and unfortunately have been through certain scenarios in their lives. They don't need to hear it either. It can cause, like I said, it's triggering. It can cause emotional, you know, issues for people. And I would never want to do that to anybody. So I find no reason to have to read that stuff out loud, folks. I just don't. We know what happened. That's enough. And that's my opinion. Like, if you don't agree with me, I get it. You don't have to, but I won't put that out here on my channel. I just won't. One, also, you guys don't deserve that at all. You don't have to, you shouldn't have to take that and walk through the rest of your day with that in your mind. I'm sorry. Ms. Leo, thank you for joining us today. Great to see you. Sammy, Sammy B activity. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I think I said that right. If not, I'm sorry, Sammy. Thank you, Teresa. It is very disgusting. I agree. And 400, it's just, it sucks to even talk about, but there were 400 images on his phone. Are you kidding me? Oh, no worries. No worries at all, Leo. You're never late here. You're never late. You just come in after somebody else. That's all it is. You're never late. Um, Come on in, everybody. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back. Good to see you today. Good. I'm glad I could help you to want to clean, Miss Lisa, or help you while you're cleaning. People just get in the routine of coming in, hitting the like button, saying hello. There wouldn't be a problem. I understand. Listen, guys, I've been guilty of it myself, where I jump into a channel and I just start watching. I don't even think about that stupid like button. But guys, that is the only way that any one of us creators get these shows up into that algorithm to get it flowing so that all the people that come to YouTube can find this stuff when they need to. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm constantly saying that to you guys, because that's the only way to get it out there. I have to remind everybody to do it. You know, it's hard for me to remember stuff, so I'm telling you right now, there is still a second phone that hasn't been phoned. That's what I've been told, Bambi. We're going to talk about that too. I may open up the phone lines today and or the panel, you know, if anybody's brave enough to join me up here, because I love hearing your guys' thoughts on these things. Typing, you can type all you want, but I like hearing people's voices and I like hearing the emotion in their voices when they talk about it. So we may do that as well if we get to that point. That's right. Thank you, Sammy. It's a free way to support the channel, 100%. And I do appreciate it very much. I will throw up the press conference here in a minute about Riley. I just wanted to get everybody in here and talk about some stuff, but we're going to go back and watch that for sure. It will be there when they're done, and we'll check it out, guys, once we get everybody together and we can watch it together. I can agree with you on that, Sammy. I have a big issue with that too. It just doesn't make any damn sense to me. 72 amazing people in here with 33 likes. Come on, guys. Do I gotta stomp my hands and feet and throw a temper tantrum? Will that make you guys happy? Will that make you hit the button? What do I gotta do to get you to hit the button? Tell me. Somebody tell me. Please tell me. Tell me. Even the lurkers, as they call themselves, are out there. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you for being here. Please hit that button. Just one time. Just one time. Poor Brady is like, oh, what? Shut up with your make it mad. See? See? Told you. You guys get tired of hearing me say it. Just do it then. Like Nike says, just do it. I'm just teasing you guys today. See, Heather's even saying it. Heather doesn't say it, but she's saying it now because she doesn't want to hear my damn voice saying it anymore. And I don't blame you. You guys got to get. How many of you guys, be honest, guys, how many of you guys get tired of hearing my voice? All right, let me see here. Phone. Gotta turn it down. Boom. Boom. I think we're good now. Okay. Oh, yes. No, she doesn't care. I think she's got wife deafness anyway. You know how that works. Mr. Chad Button from Iowa, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. There he is. Mr. Philip Hughes, my friend. Great to see you today, sir. I hope you're doing well and having a great day, sir. I appreciate you so very much for jumping in, my friend, and it is great to see you. Um, I probably do say that in my sleep, Heather. I'll be honest with you. I probably do. I imagine because I talk in my sleep. I've been told. Um, My children have told me I've talked about hot dogs in my sleep, guys. So figure that one out, huh? She probably hears you saying, hit the like, make a match, and probably all of that. Pretend like you like me, all that fun stuff. Willow's mama, welcome. Good to see you. Wait a minute. It looks like the same icon as somebody else I saw. Pretty interesting. Bama Cat, welcome. Good afternoon to you. I like that name. If you're a Bama fan, roll tide roll. Josie West is in the house. Welcome back to you, my dear. Appreciate you very much. We even got, look at this. Moni's even like, only 42 likes, guys. Come on now. Am I going to say it again? At least, I know I should at least be talking about hamburgers. Ain't that right, Sammy? Let's not do the food thing, guys. If we start talking about food, you know we're lost at that point, right? Come on in, guys. Damn right, Bama Cat. Roll, tide, roll. Even though we don't have Mr. Saban anymore, I think we still got this. I'm telling you right now. Yes, it is decluttered. Look. And it's your guys, the ones that made me do it because I'm lazy and kept forgetting about it. So thank you for that because it needed clean bad. It made good for some good fire tendering. Is that what you think, Miss Brandy? Mr. Robert Bell, thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. Let's get this show on the road. Bama Cat. Mr. Philip Pugh says, "Hey Brandy, how you be?" I love it. I love it. Where's KT? I love saying that. What it do? What it do? What it do? Come on in, everybody. Miss Tracy Hinton, welcome back to you. Roll Tide, blessed to be here. Absolutely. Blessed to have you here, Tracy. Thank you. You guys are okay. It's all good. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate you, brother, very much. Where's my crew? There's my crews here. Yes. I got the best team on the planet, in my opinion. Appreciate you all so very much. Ro, I seen you earlier. Good to see you. So we're gonna check some things out because you guys know I love my court TV stuff. Okay, that they put out in regards to some of this stuff today and talk about it. And of course, we're gonna watch the presser for Riley Strain. I just wanted to get everybody in here first. Thank you, Tomboy, so very much. Appreciate that. Trisha, thank you for that as well. Again, hit that like button. 81 peeps in here with 44 likes. I've come to the conclusion y'all don't like me. It's okay though. It's okay. I won't cry in front of you, but maybe later when I'm alone, we'll see what happens. I even I even brought out my fish tank for you guys back here. You know, come on now. What do I got to do? So, Doodle Doodle has violent dreams, as we can tell. Might want to work on that there, Doodle. That's could be dangerous when in your sleep, you know. Miss Bambi, welcome and thank you. That was very nice. Very, very nice. Appreciate you very much. 45 likes. I know. Like, what happened here? They went backwards or something. You guys are going to make me start doing stand up comedy just to get you to like me or something? I mean, I don't know that I could do it, but Oh wow, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, Heather. How old, Heather? How old are they? He or she? That's horrible. Amen to that one, Doodle. They go like you just fine. Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate it. 23. Wait, what? Good Lord, Heather. There's if that's your picture, there's no way in hell I thought you were talking about a little one. You don't look old enough to have a 23-year-old. Either way, that's horrific, especially at that age, still having that stuff. That's not cool. I hope they're on some kind of he or she. I don't know which one it is, but I hope they're on some type of medication to help with that. That's some scary stuff. But I'd have never guessed a 23-year-old for you, Miss Heather. Sorry. I Same age I had my first one, but still, shoot, definitely didn't look old enough to have a 23-year-old, in my opinion. It's scary stuff. Is there anything you can take for that? Wow, you guys are. It must be in the water. None of you guys look old enough to have children this age. That's my oldest is 31, Bambi. 30, 31, 32. You don't look that age either, Tomboy. Hit that like and I will shut up. This only happens once. Is that a threat or a promise, Doodle? Yes, Miss Brandy, I know. And I told you a long time ago you don't look old enough to have children that age. You guys, either you take good care of yourselves or you got some good water. That's all I can think of. I absolutely. I agree, Heather. And that's the thing. I think things have changed for us guys in our generation. I'll be honest with you. Bama Cats is my oldest will be 43. Good Lord. You guys are doing good stuff. 30, 25. I got, for those of you that aren't newer here, get ready for this. Hold on to your chair. I have a 31-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 29-year-old. I think, no, he's about to be 30. So he's probably a 31-year-old, two 30-year-olds, 31, two 30-year-olds. I have three 27-year-olds and a 17-year-old who's about to be 18 in May. That's my tribe. And then I got six beautiful grandbabies as well. 21 in 2 days. That's awesome, Jennifer. Happy early birthday. Yes. Wow is right, Heather. 7 of them. I do have a crew, JC. Wouldn't trade it for the world, though. Welcome, Evie Marie. Good to see you. Yes, I was definitely busy, Dahlia, back in the day. Now, just so you guys don't get excited here and think I'm some kind of a freak or something, okay? I did not make all 7 of those kids. Just so you know. Of course I will. I love your artwork, Tomboy. I think it's all awesome. Molly does great stuff too. I just love when you guys make things. I think it's awesome. Yes, real quick for you guys to know, I got married when I was 18. I married the creature when I was 18, going on 19. Um, and she already had my 31-year-old. She was already there. She was 3 months old when I met the creature, and I took her on as my own because the creature did not know who her father was. As sad as that is. So I took her on as my own and raised her as my own, and she still is my daughter. I've never called her my stepdaughter, none of that. She's my baby. That's my oldest child, period. And then I was married to the creature for 9.5 years and finally smartened up and ended that. And then I started my real life when I met the love of my life, Brandy, Mrs. Dago, as some of you call her. And she had 3 children from her previous marriage. I had my 3 children. I had 2 boys with the creature, and then my oldest 31-year-old, and we came together and did the yours, mine, and ours. And we had my youngest, Mr. Caden, who's 17 now. And that's where all those children came from. And I'll tell you, it was a lot of work. But I wouldn't trade that for the world, folks. I love it. Loved every minute of it. Bobby J, welcome. Good to see you. 36, 32, 31, and my youngest. I'm so sorry. Oh God, Bobby, I'm so sorry for this. And happy heavenly birthday. So sorry. Thank you, Willows. Appreciate that very much. And all those children are mine as far as I'm concerned. I don't call them my stepkids. We don't do that. We just never have. They're my kids. I have 7 kids. End of story. Good Lord, Teresa. I'm sorry to hear that as well. Well, this community, we're here for each other, guys, and always have been. So if anybody in here ever gets sad, feels down, needs to just have somebody to lean on any specific day, we are all here for each other. This community supports each other, always has and always will through anything. So please understand that. For anybody that's newer in here, welcome, Michelle Weddle. Good to see you today. It's okay. It's absolutely okay. We have always been and always will be here for each other. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate that very much. Well, that's awesome. It's good to see that we have some younger people in here too. I like that. I do. It's wonderful, Dakota. My youngest grandchild is 5, Xavier. Amen to that one, Heather. Thank you. 3 girls, 31, 36, 36, and 1 son. You have twins as well, Evie? I have a set of twins too. My twin boys. They're both 27. Of course, because they're twins. Oh, I'm sorry, Willow. Well, that's just not cool. That's all I can say. Once again, guys, I want to throw this out there real fast and then we'll get moving on things. We got 99 peeps in here with 51 likes. It'll catch up, I'm hoping. I found out that a channel I'm not very close to, okay? Like, we're not friendly, but we just have different views on things here on YouTube, okay? But I have to say, personally, I found out that this channel creator unfortunately had a very horrid and huge loss in his life and lost his oldest child. Yesterday, I took a moment of silence and I asked everybody to say a prayer, if you will. Today, guys, I'm going to say again, if you'll just keep this, the channel's name is Detective John. If you'll keep that channel in your thoughts and prayers, and his family in your thoughts and prayers for what they're going through right now, that's a horrific thing, a horrific thing I would never imagine anybody should have to deal with. So please, 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 just keep that channel and that family in your thoughts and prayers for their horrific loss at this moment. I would greatly appreciate that. So I thank you all, for those of you that participate, very much with that. Very, very much. It's a very sad situation. And like I said, we've disagreed from the moment we knew each other. But that's here on YouTube. In real life, we're all the same brothers and sisters under the same God, as far as I'm concerned. And I refuse to allow that kind of stuff to jump in front of me. When it comes to, we got to take care of each other as people, folks. And I will always be that way, no matter what the situation. Somebody can hate me, I'm still gonna wish them well and keep them in my thoughts and prayers for things like that, guys. Just understand that. That's how life is supposed to be. That's what's wrong with society nowadays. We don't have enough caring people out there and enough people that want to care, and we need to change that, and we can. End of story. So, Lily Rose, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Shelley, awesome to have you here again. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all for that, guys. That means a lot. It does. And I whether he sees it or whatever it is, it doesn't matter because I know where your guys' hearts are, and that's what matters. Apple bottom jeans, good to see you. His oldest son has passed away, Apple bottom, unfortunately, very unfortunately. Welcome, Sunshine. Thank you for joining us today. So I appreciate that, guys. I mean, it means a lot. It does. So thank you. Miss Bonnie's in the house. Hello, hello. His oldest son, Bonnie, has passed away, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people have hard feelings towards that person and his channel, but I draw a line when it comes to that. And I'm human. They're human. We need to be human with each other, folks, and care about each other in that aspect. When it comes to that, I drop the YouTube and go back to humanity, and that's where I'm at with it. Morality and humanity mean more to me than anything. So that's all. And you don't have to agree with me, guys. It's okay. For those of you that have, I appreciate that so very much. Yes, it was his oldest son, Tyler. Well, thank you, Stanley. I appreciate that very much. Got me stumped. That's it. I understand. It's okay. Welcome got me. I do. I understand completely. Like I said, some of you aren't gonna feel that way nor agree with me, and I respect that wholeheartedly, guys. I do. That's why I love this community because we're so diversified, but in the end of everything, we can all come together. Okay, that's what I'm saying. The channel is Detective John. Brandy, gotcha. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Have mercy. Good lord, she's adorable. Getting so big. Adorable. Miss Lily Rose became a new member. That's awesome. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the sauce. We got a new meatball in the house, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Absolutely. Robert, thank you for that. Detective John's Crime Analysis 101, I think, is the actual channel name. She is 6 months already. Good lord. I gotta show you guys something. I gotta show you something. I love babies. I love babies. As long as is it okay, Brandy, if I show her? Yes, I don't want to put it up there if you guys don't want me to. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. I know I'm a cornball, but congrats on 1 month of being a member here. Babies, babies, babies. I love babies. Yes, we got a baby meatball in here. I just want to make sure it's okay to her show her picture before I put it up. That's all. Thank you, Brandy. Again, Apple Bottom, thank you so much for that, for being a member here for 1 month. You are appreciated. So I gotta show you guys our 6-month-old baby meatball. She's adorable. This is one of my lead moderators. This is her granddaughter. And tell me that this is not the most adorable. Look, look, look. Look at her eyes and her tiny little nose. Her beautiful. I mean, she has beautiful eyes, Brandy. You make good babies and good grandbabies, my dear. Sitting in her Minnie Mouse chair with her Mickey Mouse cup. I love it. Yes, this is our baby meatball. One of our baby meatballs. We got quite a few baby meatballs in here. We even have fur baby meatballs, guys. It's a whole community of meatballs. Good to hear, Sammy. She is absolutely amazingly adorable. She's got the most Beautiful eyes, Brady. It's insane. So cute. So precious. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you for showing me that. It made my whole day. Yes, Heather has her pit bull potamus. That's her fur baby meatball. Big, giant fur baby meatball. Exactly, Bambi. Beautiful baby. All right, all right, all right. Yes, we got Victoria's got Kano. We got him all over the place. Matthew, of course. Matthew is head meatball. He can be, of course. What are you doing?
Hello, guys.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. AB, thank you. Um, back up a little, like you're shoving me down into the desk. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just a giant.
All right, so let's get this party on the road and get things
Hi,
going.
SRB.
We've been hanging in
Hi,
here,
Victoria.
gabbing too much. Prince Kitty loves listening in. So be it, Josie. So be
Hi,
it.
Brandy.
I wish I could brag our new fur baby. She's been naughty to this. Absolutely. I get it, Sammy. I get it. All right, folks, let's get this show going. No problem, Bobby. Take your time. Caden says hello to everyone. All right, let's get this rolling. Let me get this stuff up here, guys. And we're going to start off with a closing arguments episode through Court TV in regards to. I think I've told you guys that Madeline Soto's biological father's name is Tyler Wallace. Okay, he's kind of been absent from all of this. My belief or understanding, I should say, is that he wants to stay out of the limelight with this. Okay, I get it. But a lot of people are still curious as to where he is, who he is, why, and so on and so forth. So I think we're going to get into it with this here, talk about this a little bit, and get things moving. Again, I'm sorry that it's taken so long to get to this point. So just I like talking to you guys sometimes just to talk. So we're still only at 55 likes, guys. Come on, let's make it happen, please, if we can. We got 102 peeps in here. Let's equal it out. Welcome, Deb Wilkes. Good to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. All right, here we go. Right.
25th should have been a great day for Madeline Soto, her 13th birthday party, celebrating a new phase in her life, becoming a teenager. But it wasn't a great day. It was her last day. Madeline was reported missing the following day, and 4 days later,
thank you, Dad.
her body was found 22 miles from home off the side of the road in some brush. So what happened to this little girl? What was her life like? Madeline was living with her mom, Jen Soto. Jen had a boyfriend who had been in her life for about 6 years. His name is Stephen Stearns. Stephen is currently locked up. Police found disturbing images on his phone, resulting in 20 counts of child sex abuse-related charges and 40 charges involving hundreds of images and videos of that abuse. Jen refers to Stephen as Madeline's stepfather, although they were never married. Stephen is the prime suspect in Madeline's death and the last person known to be with her. Jen Soto has not made any public statements since her daughter's body was found and has not been named as a suspect. Right now, the murder investigation continues, and tonight we will take a closer look at Madeline's family dynamics. Where is her father, And how much of a role did he play in her life? Then we'll take a much closer look at the photographs, including this one of Madeline's 13th birthday. Who is that in the reflection in the glass? Who was at that party? We're looking for answers as we continue to investigate the tragic life and death of Madeline Soto. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Great to have you aboard on this Friday night as we continue to cover the story of Madeline Soto, who was just a little girl. We have to remember that through all of this. This is just a little girl. And any of you who have raised little girls, or maybe you were a little girl years ago, think about her life and what she went through, what she had to deal with at such a young age. 13 years.
I agree, Victoria.
That's it.
You can see it.
Then she's gone. But what she went through and suffered in the years building up to that, unimaginable. Now, when I think of this little girl, you have to think about when you're a child, you know, your world is a little smaller, right? When you get older, the world gets bigger. You meet more people, you go more places. But when you're a child, your world is small. It's your group of friends. It's the kids in your class, and obviously it's the people in your home. So what exactly was Stephen Stern's role? Was he actually the so-called stepfather? Now, it's clear from the allegations that he didn't act the way a stepfather should, but is that the role that he was playing or portraying inside that household? Did she look to him as a stepfather, father figure? Did he have some level of authority and control over her? Right? Children live in houses, there are rules, and we know that the parents are in charge, right? The parents are in charge and the kids follow the rules, and you know, you don't want to get in trouble, you have to get permission, all things like that. Are these the things that Stephen Stern, did he have that level of power and control in that household? Was he really her stepfather? Was this a family? Was this a functional family? Okay, well, put aside, and it's difficult too, and what is alleged to have happened here, but the rest of their lives, were they functioning as like mom, dad, child? Because in most households with a mom, dad, and a child, mom and dad make decisions about what's best for the child. They take family vacations. Sometimes dad is doing things with child, sometimes mom, sometimes everybody together. Family dinners, you know, all things like that. Did you clean your room, right? Are these things happening? And are they functioning as a family? Despite the fact that they didn't get married. I don't think they got married. Maybe they did, and maybe they secretly got married. I don't know. I haven't heard that. But was this really like back to school night? Does he go to back to school night? Does he know the teachers? Was he one of the emergency numbers that they would call and you would put it down? Oh, if you can't get through to mom, get through to Stephen. Is that the way this family was functioning? And then another question, well, what about dad though? Like her actual dad? What was his role in their life, in her life? How much time did they spend together? How was that relationship? Because the one thing I think we know, based on the allegations, if they're true, and investigators say they're documented on a phone, so that seems to be relatively strong evidence, reliable evidence. Would she have a relationship with her father where she could trust him to tell him things? I mean, you know, maybe you're in the house, mom's there, and you know, mom's living with Stefan, the accused abuser in all of this. So maybe there's some fear about that. Did she have the type of relationship with her father that maybe she could tell him, or was she intimidated not to do so? And what are the dynamics between her mother and her father? Like, did everyone get along? Did they know each other? Did they ever do things together? How was all this working, and how did that affect Madeline, and how would that affect her ability to speak out, her ability to try to find someone for help, because she was suffering. She was suffering through this abuse. So let's try to lay out this family, Madeline's family, right? So we begin Jennifer Soto and Tyler Wallace together. They have a child. They conceive a child, and that child is Madeline. Madeline is born on February 22nd, 2011. Okay, so we go back to 2011. What a cute baby. What a cute baby, right? So there's dad, there's mom. Now, Tyler Wallace marries Tatiana Wallace in April of 2011, the same year. So a couple of months after his daughter is born from Jennifer, he marries Tatiana. So what happened? What was going on here? What are the circumstances of Madeline's birth in all of this? And then at some point, Jennifer Soto, we think it's about 6 years ago, begins dating Stefan Stearns. And he now enters the picture. So you see Madeline's in the middle. And what was going on here? It's tough. It's tough being when mom and dad aren't together, but from the time she's born, dad's with someone else and mom brings someone else in. So that's perhaps her norm.
Thank you so much, Mr. Randy. Appreciate that. Anybody that donates to that, thank you for that as well.
Joining us tonight in Orlando, Florida, Osceola News Gazette reporter Ken Jackson is with us. In New York, clinical and forensic psychologist, researcher, and expert on violent.
Teresa says, I think he began essaying her before 11. I think when they sat down and figured it out, the timeline and stuff like that, I think actually she was 8 or 9 years old, guys, which is sad. Possibly even 7, one of these channels had said. So that's just horrific to me, okay? I mean, it's all horrific, no matter what age, but that's just, I don't understand. So it goes way back, guys. And I struggle so horrifically with the fact that Jen Soto did not have a clue with all these years going on and in between. You know, like, there's no way I can believe that. I'm sorry. As somebody shows me proof, I'll say, hey, I was wrong. It is what it is. But I can't accept that she didn't know. I'm sorry.
Crime, and the author of the book, The New Evil, Dr. Gary Bucato, is back with us. And in Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, host of the Body Bags podcast, and professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Welcome to everyone. Before we get into the family dynamics and everything, Ken, I wanted to go to you on the latest news tonight in terms of what's happening in the case involving Stefan Stearns, because he has been charged facing, 60 counts?
Right. Thanks for having me on, Vinny, to close out the week. Yeah. So this week, the state attorney's office levied 60 charges, among them sexual abuse on a child under 12, sexual abuse on a child between 12 and 18, lewd and lascivious molestation, and then 40 counts of basically possessing child porn with the act of a child. So court dates were set this week. First of all, he was scheduled for an arraignment on April 2nd. I'm going to be using terms that you'll be familiar with from your time in the courtroom. It was set for...
I'm so sorry to hear that happened, Bambi, and I can imagine it's the most horrific thing to go through, and you have my deepest condolences that was a situation you ever had to endure, and I hope you're okay now. I really, really do. Thank you for sharing. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate that very much.
for the morning of April 2nd, which is a Thursday. Sometime today, this morning, this afternoon, that appearance was waived. Now, when he was first arrested back on February, the last week of February, he refused an initial court appearance. And then for the reading of the charges, he did not appear in court either. His public defender appeared in his stead. So Stephen Stearns has yet to appear in court, and it appears that he's trying to avoid this at all costs to make an appearance. Now, court dates have been set. His trial has been set to start for the week of the May 13th docket, with a pretrial hearing set for April 24th. Now, you and I know that in many cases like this, especially with something with an expansive amount of evidence, many times defense attorneys will ask for a continuance. Put it down a couple months down the line. There have been more than one people that have said that. In fact, Belvin Perry, who was the judge in a case you're very familiar with.
Yeah, my understanding is that he refused to go because out of fear that other inmates that were there for the court appearances would hear the charges and that he would, of course, have to deal with the consequences. Oh, boo-hoo. I feel bad for him. Right.
Back in Orlando here about a decade ago, said much the same thing. They may ask for a continuance to delay the trial in order to, build a defense.
Yeah, you're going to have to build that from scratch. Just a tough case.
Exactly. And the other thing is these may just be dates on a website since we still don't have murder charges in the case. And I think once murder charges are filed.
Thank you so much for that, Willow's Mama, $4.99 super sticker, first one of the day. I appreciate you, and God bless very, very much. I've seen some of the stuff on it, Victoria. I'll be looking into that here real soon too, and bringing that back to you guys and covering all that. I'm trying to put something together with Salty to do a whole thing for you guys. So I've just kind of been holding off for that. So, but yeah, I definitely saw there's some crazy stuff going on in Victoria for real. Again, thank you, Willow, so very much.
I think all this is going to go up in the air.
Absolutely, I agree 1,000%. Dr. Gary Brucato, I want to pick up on something Ken just said. This guy doesn't want to be seen in public. What does that tell you about Stephen Stearns? He doesn't show up for his arraignments. Wait, I don't want to be seen. Don't put me in. He knows in Florida there's cameras in every courtroom.
Well, it's impossible to say precisely what it means, but I think that we have to begin to envision that this offender, if he is guilty, is a lot like a lot of other people who engage in pedophilic acts, a rather interpersonally odd, detached, fantasy-oriented kind of an individual. But at the same time, what we see here are interesting elements of the groomer type of offender who tends to be a little bit more interpersonally adept and clever. The whole point of a groomer is that you use your relationship skills to lure the victim, as opposed to a more odd person who just snatches somebody in a car or something like that. But I think that what you're getting is a sense of a person who's just not very adept interpersonally, which is probably why he engages in a relationship with a child. I wouldn't expect this person to be particularly good at having adult, normal relationships.
And one follow-up on all this, Dr. Gary Brucato, for Madeline Soto, understanding this family tree, that her father marries someone who's not her mother right around the time.
Wow, thank you so much for that donation, Stammy. That is so amazing. I am so very grateful. Definitely never expected, folks, but beyond appreciated. That helps me to pay the bills, to keep going, to do what I'm doing every day. So God bless and thank you so much, Sammy.
Time she's born, so stepmom is in her life, presumably her entire life. What's it like for that child? And if that child is being abused, what are your thoughts about the child coming forward or not coming forward to either parent about what's happening?
Well, first of all, I will say that I think one of the things that makes this type of figure so particularly diabolical in the public's eye.
Yes, Bonnie, he played like Dungeons and Dragons type games and stuff like that. So
is that you're talking about an offender who probably took advantage of the fact that this child was missing a certain kind of a figure in her life, which creates a vulnerability where you can come in and be a dad figure, spend time with the person, engage in creating a kind of a confidence. And it's a way of sort of taking a kid who might be feeling kind of abandoned or dropped and suddenly making them feel special. And that is taken advantage of by this type of offender to groom a child and then engage in increasingly perverse
Me too,
content.
SRB. I
What
love
I
it.
think is you probably had a child who, where the offenses were so normalized over time that she perhaps didn't realize that some of these things were outrageous, or engaged in this kind of relationship thinking that it connected her to this outrageous person, and that's why.
Yes, 100%. Sammy says it was amazing to see the difference in her appearance in 2 years. You can see the sadness behind the smile in her eyes. This picture here in itself, her eyes are deep here, folks. They're dark. There's something going on behind her eyes there, and it's sad. It's beyond sad. This poor, beautiful little girl. It just didn't have to be, guys. It never had to be. And you can even look at the mother and see the difference in the mother in that period of time. You know what I'm saying? It's so disheartening and sad. Yeah, Sammy, we're not going to get that. Like, it's not going to be put in front of us on purpose because of her age. She's a juvenile, so eventually it will come out court or whatever. But yeah, and I agree, Tracy. They should drag him kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Period. There should be no special treatment for this piece of garbage. None at all.
Why it is very interesting to think about why the child would have to be eliminated at 13. It makes you wonder if it's that she was getting to an age where she was realizing that what was happening was wrong, or could talk about it, or perhaps had aged out of the age range that this offender was attracted to. But it's unclear what that's about. But I think we have to understand the dynamics of abuse, and that there's a mixture of fear and being confused that this person loves you.
I want to put up on the screen a social media post. This is from 2012 to give you an idea, again, about the family dynamics and the family that Madeline Soto was a part of. On February 4th, 2012, Tyler Wallace, her dad, posts a picture of Madeline on Facebook, and his mother, Donna Wallace, writes, "I am meeting my precious grandbaby in less than 2 weeks." And I don't know if grandma lives out of town or whatever, but it seems like she was going to be there with the grandbaby for birthday number 1.
Hey, welcome, Groot.
Another interesting note, we haven't heard much from Dad, and I can imagine this has got to be tearing him apart, but there he is with Tatiana, his wife. And DailyMail.com reported this on March 2nd.
There's a report that I saw, guys, that this garbage dump was charged in 2019 with something along the lines of this, and right after him and Jen started speaking, started talking, hanging out, whatever it was, and I'm guaranteeing you it started right around that realm, because this piece of shit is a predator, excuse my language, and I think he sought out Jennifer Soto and her child because he's a predator. Welcome, TT. Thank you so much for joining us today. That's my thought on this, okay? I'm just saying. And he didn't waste any time, obviously.
Quote from Tatiana, who is the stepmom. There she is. "My stepdaughter, Madeline, has been missing for more than 72 hours with Stephen Stearns behind."
Yes, Heather, I didn't know if you knew that, but he did have prior charges. It could have been stopped then. You know what I'm saying? Period.
Behind bars. We can concentrate on finding her, share her photo with everyone you know. That was Tatiana Wallace, who was the stepmom, who was stepping in. Joseph Scott Morgan, looking at the world that this little girl was in, it is incredibly sad.
Welcome, Michael.
That she got stuck in that house.
No problem, Bonnie. Please just sit back and listen and get your treatment, and I hope you feel better after the fact. We love you. and take care, hon. We're here. I hope you can still listen. Have a great day, Bonnie. We love you.
With this man, Stephen Stearns, and I'm wondering what his role was in that house, if they were functioning like a family and he had that sort of, parental power that we have with our children.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think for me, one of the things that comes up here is this idea that he is documenting all of this. There's one date that sticks out in my mind in this, and I think that there is a date that goes back on, I think this affidavit that was filed with some of this imagery that goes back to 2019. You can do the arithmetic there and get an idea that she would have been about 8 years old. Just let that settle down into your groundwater there for a moment, moving forward. And you think about how long this has been going on, and Dr. Gary had made a very salient point about the normalization of this activity that's been going on, and he has documented it all along. And I got to tell you that for the prosecution, this is a gold mine, what they're talking about here, because you're talking about being able to have all of these benchmarks along the way, methodically documented within that household moving forward. And it's going to be one whale of the case that the prosecution is going to have on their hand. It's going to be a mountain of evidence is what it's come down to. And my friend, we haven't even talked about, what the medical examiner is going to conclude at this point, because we don't know.
Yeah, with that hasn't been concluded yet, and we're waiting to hear manner, cause, and any other details that may come out. Ken Jackson, let me ask you about these family dynamics. What have you uncovered about dad and stepmom? Jen Soto, any word on where she is? I know she's kind of been out of sight for a while here.
I tell you, she's playing the great role of prisoner of war. We have not heard from her. What I had heard last week was that I heard second or third hand that she had lawyered up. When we go back through social media, you see references to Stephen going back to about 2018. And the scary part about this is that the charges, the forensic evidence that Kissimmee police have put together is that that a lot of the cases in the charges likely occurred starting in June of 2019. That's less than a year or so from 2018. So what scares me as the parent of a teenage daughter is that, how long did it take for Jen Soto, mom, to enter into the relationship with Stephen Stearns, the boyfriend / stepdad. I have a hard time calling him stepdad in everything that I've read. Before all this started to happen, that's the chilling thing. Where when we get the investigation from KPD, hopefully soon, it will answer those questions. And we've got a lot of questions and a lot of dots to connect and a lot of T's to cross.
Thank you, Sherry, and
when
welcome,
that
dear.
investigation comes out.
Dr. Gary Brucato, what do you think of that timeline of the relation?
Michael, he has not had the charge put against him yet. Unfortunately, my opinion is they're building a big, tight case with this to make sure that they have it right before they do it.
Relationship of Jen and Stephen Stearns, like 2018, and then the first allegation here, based upon what they found on the phone, the digital images, is in June of 2019. Like that, would that be quick in your mind, going from, getting into mom's life and then doing what he's alleged to have done to her daughter?
Not at all. In fact, offenders that I've spoken to have told me that sometimes they choose to marry a woman because they have spied the child that the woman has. You remember, for example, that occurs in the Nabokov book Lolita, where he chooses to marry a woman because she has the underage daughter that he's attracted to, grooms her, and then winds up in a relationship with her. And so the idea would be to become involved, and then there's a period of some months to a year, so forth, etc., depending upon the case, where you groom the child, break down boundaries, and normalize things. One very important elephant in the room here that I haven't heard anybody else talk about is that a person who engages in pedophilic behaviors like this does not start doing that in their 30s. Chances are
Congrats and welcome to the sauce, Sammy. We got another new meatball in the house, guys. Congrats and welcome. It's so great to have you here as part of this family. So very much appreciated, Sammy. Thank you for that.
is eventually going to happen if he's guilty of this is we're probably going to determine that this was not his first experimentation with this. Usually these kinds of offenders have scores of victims. Sometimes they've even worked jobs that have put them in contact with children so they can experiment with touching children, finding ways to earn their confidence. For example, I had heard some idea that he potentially worked in the Disney World. And this is very interesting because
he did. He actually worked for Epcot, guys, at Disney. It's been proven already, which freaks me the hell out that this man had access to all those children. It scares the shit out of me.
it would place a person easily in contact with children, particularly if you're wearing a costume. We all know the story of John Wayne Gacy dressing up as a clown so that children would touch him. So that this becomes a way of breaking down boundaries and gaining confidence of children. And I think when we look at that age, we have to be very, very concerned that there probably were priors. And then, of course, it raises the question, if he turns out to be involved in the murder, is this the first time that that has happened? I would say that I would not be surprised on either count.
All right. Cool. We got the first one down. One moment here, guys. One moment here, please. All right, we're going to move forward to the next one now. Again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys so very much.
February 25th was Madeline Soto's 13th birthday party, a big day in any child's life, celebrating the end of one phase and the start of the next, the teen years. But tragically for Madeline, this was not the beginning of her teen years. It was the end of her life. She was reported missing the next day, but investigators believe she was already dead by 8:19 the following morning. They also say she was in the car of a man named Stephen Stearns, her mother Jen Soto's
I know,
boyfriend.
Bonnie, I'm so
Stephen is
sorry.
currently locked up after police found disturbing images on his phone, resulting in 20 counts of child sex abuse-related charges and 40 charges involving hundreds of images and videos of that abuse. Madeline's body was found 4 days later,
Great point,
22
Lily.
miles from her home. And tonight, we return to the scene, examining the location where Madeline was recovered. How could someone discard a body here in broad daylight? And what about the environment the body was in? Will the ME be able to recover useful evidence from the autopsy? What is the status of the murder investigation, and when will someone be charged? Tonight, we take a look at these questions live on the ground in Central Florida as we investigate the tragic life and death of Madeline Soto. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. We have a big hour straight ahead, and of course, we're beginning with the case involving Madeline Soto. You think about what happened to this young girl. She turns 13, and then she's discarded, tossed, dead on the side of the road in some brush in Central Florida. Yes, it reminds us of another case of another young girl who was also discarded off of the side of the road in some brush. We know how that turned out. That's why we've got a lot of focus on this story, on this case, taking a look at each and every piece of evidence. connected to this girl who had just celebrated her 13th birthday. And we think about what a significant day that is, right? You know, I remember when I was, boasting to everyone, I'm a teenager now, right? I'm not a kid anymore.
I'm sure Jen didn't know JC what he did, or she probably wouldn't have hooked up with him. But that's in the beginning. You had to have caught on to something after a few years. You know what I mean? Something's not right with that. That's all I'm saying. Especially with her child. In the very beginning, I'm sure he wowed her. This is what predators do. Okay. And I'm sure that he saw his door to get into this situation. It's very sick and sad that these people do this. Take your time, SRB. I'll be here. I think they knew, guys. I think a lot of people knew. You know what I'm saying? This is just so horrific to me. So horrific.
I'm a teenager. And as I sit here tonight, I'm just wondering if that was what Madeline was saying. And was that perhaps the reason that someone took her life? Because now she was maturing. She was becoming more grown up, and maybe was feeling the power and the ability to speak out about what was happening to her. Now, Stephen Stearns is the suspect, and the day that his so-called, and I say so-called because I have a hard time saying this, his so-called stepdaughter disappeared, he had a really strange day. Like, what was going on? Really strange day. He's apparently at the dumpster at 7:35 in the morning. What's going on there? Well, we kind of know what's going on there. Then he's driving all around. Like, did he have work? Was he delivering for Uber Eats? What was he doing? Where was he going? Why was he there? Why did he get a flat tire? Where did he go to get this flat tire? What was he doing on that side of town? Because he's not close to where
a slow Southern style. Great to have you.
With Jen and Madeline. So on the same day that his stepdaughter goes missing, he gets a flat tire.
I feel the same way,
flat
Michael.
Tire, missing child, same day. Does that make any sense to you? Is that like just a really bad day? Oh, you wouldn't believe it. My stepdaughter went missing and I got a flat tire. Got a flat tire doing what? Where? When? Why? We're going to talk about all this tonight. All of this tonight. This is a big part of this story. We're going to try to tie it together and see if there is a connection to all of it as we return to the scene. We, Closing Arguments, Court TV, returning to the scene of where Madeline's body was recovered. Important. So let's go back in time. Let's listen to Chief Betty Holland from the Kissimmee Police Department describing information that they knew at the time that this was a missing persons case.
Please share this crime line bulletin on my right of Stephen Stearns. He was last seen driving a silver 2010 Lincoln MKZ. The Florida tag is IYLL82 on Monday, February 26th between 1 and 2:30 p.m. in the area of State Road 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road, as well as Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road. During this time frame, it is believed that Stearns had a flat tire and might have been seen changing the tire in this area. If anyone saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line.
Okay, so based upon what the chief said, let's take a look at a map so you understand the area that we're talking about and what exactly it means. And we begin, of course, with the location of
I do believe so, Josie. I think she was deceased before he ever put her in that vehicle. Just saying. Right, GT. That's how I understand it as well.
Madeline's remains. And you look at that area, very green, not a lot of development. It's near a body of water. Now, State Road 192.
a bit of a main road down there, a main highway. I remember when I lived in the area, I would drive on 192. And there you see where 192 goes. Now, let's take a look at Hickory Tree Road.
You know, Michael, they've looked at that, and based on what the scenario is, it could be, it could not be. It's kind of like on the line. It's very tight. I honestly, at this point, I hope he does. But in some senses, I think that's too easy for him. That would be too easy for him to have as a punishment, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens.
Significant part of this, that's where the body's found, on Hickory Tree Road. And you see Hickory Tree Road kind of loops around and connects to 192 in two different spots. Now, Nolte Road, where's Nolte Road? Let's take a look at Nolte. Nolte kind of runs east and west, going from more of that St. Cloud area towards the Kissimmee area. And finally, they mentioned Old Hickory Tree Road. So you've got regular Hickory Tree, then you've got Old Hickory Tree Road, which connects 192 and Nolte. And that is significant.
Yes,
here,
sir.
as you take a look at the map, those two dots. And that's where police seem to be directing us towards for this flat tire.
I agree, Steve.
Is it Old Hickory Tree Road? Is it Hickory Tree Road closer to where Madeline is found? Well, let's do a little investigation. And when I say investigation, I mean let's go to Court TV producer Cody Thomas, joining us live tonight from outside the Kissimmee Police Department, who's heading up this investigation. He has spent all day today down there. So let's start with where you went today. Give us sort of the backstory, where you went, why you were going there.
Well, good evening, Vinny. Of course, we went down Hickory Tree Road where Madeline Soto's body was ultimately found by the Osceola Police Department. And as I was going down that road today, I noticed on either side, there's not really much there. It's pretty flat. I know she was found in a wooded area. And of course, as we kept going down that 3 to 4 mile span of road, we ended up finding the exact place where she was found, signified by a memorial by the community. Let's take a look. So we just turned onto Hickory Road where Madeline Soto's body was found, not to be confused with Old Hickory Road. That's where police and investigators say they did catch Stephen Stearns in that 2010 Lincoln MKZ changing a tire the morning of February 26th when Maddie Soto went missing. But as we look out here on Hickory Road, we see that it's pretty flat. There are some wooded areas to the left, but it's pretty flat, not too hilly. There's some cows out here, some private farmland. It's a little bit residential, not too busy. We've seen 4, 5, maybe 6 cars tops, and we've been on the road maybe about a mile, a little over a mile. And as I'm noticing some of these light posts, there's no sort of security camera type deal going on out here. And again, on either side of the road, it's pretty flat. You know, not many woods except for way back at the tree line, at the wood line off the land away from the road. I don't see much wooded area up towards the asphalt. But that's not to say there isn't some of those areas as we continue on down the road. Now, as we continue on down Hickory Road, we are starting to see a couple more cars. There were 3 that just passed us right there. And actually, as we're coming up down here, I see some cars parked off to the right, or to the left of me, excuse me. And this actually looks like on the right, if you look up to the right of the road, that is it. That's the exact spot where Maddie Soto was found. You can see that memorial. We have some community members out here putting some things together. So, and these trees right here off to my right, that is where Maddie Soto's body was found dead by police. Now, we are actually at that site on Hickory Road where Madeline Soto's body was found. And if you follow me and look down the stretch of this road, there's not much on either side. I know she was found in a wooded area. It's kind of desolate on the left, a little desolate on the right. You could easily view something from the road if you're passing by. But right here behind me is the memorial site, actually where she was found, right in between those trees. And we actually have some community advocate members out here with us. And they tell us that one of them actually has been in contact with the owner of this land right here behind me. And that day, that morning of February 26th, they say that gate was open. They've talked to this owner of this land. The gate was open, and that owner is mourning because now they're having those thoughts. What if the gate was closed? What could I have done different? But ultimately, again, right over here between these trees is where Madeline Soto was found, here on Hickory Road. Now, just across the street here in this area, this little divot off of Hickory Road, is where a witness online describes where he saw Stephen Stearns kneeling down, changing a tire that morning, February 26th, when Maddie Soto went missing. Now you can see it's just a little gravel divot, a lot of flat land back here, private farmland. Now, police described the area they saw that flat tire situation on Old Hickory Road. There's an Old Hickory Road and a Hickory Road. Hickory Road, again, across the street where Madeline Soto's body was found. So there could be a little confusion as far as what witnesses may or may not have saw between the two, that is Hickory Road and Old Hickory Road. But one thing we do know, again, right across the street and that tree line behind that memorial over the fence is where Madeline Soto's body was found on March 1st. And Vinny, as we stood there for the half hour, maybe 45 minutes, we were there at least 5, 6, 7 people pulled up to that memorial, adding more things, teddy bears, notes from all over the country, paying their respects to Madeline Soto and her family.
So a couple of things jumping out to me tonight, Cody. Number one, it's flat, right? Florida is generally flat, and that area is absolutely flat, right? So you have the wooded area where the body could be secreted, but to get the body there, if you're parked on the side of the road, and you got your trunk open, your door open, whatever, anyone driving by is going to see it. It's the middle of the day.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, where I was standing at, I was looking right across. It wasn't even 30 feet away from it. And if it's broad daylight, there's cars coming by, you would easily be seen. There's no way you would not be seen. Those trees are right there, maybe 10, 12 feet from the road, right behind that fence where the memorial is sitting with all the teddy bears and the windmills and everything like that. So
I don't understand how this loser thought that nobody was going to see what he was doing. Nobody was going to eventually see this. I don't know how he thought he was going to get away with this. I don't. This is pathetic. And it shows how stupid, mentally disabled that this guy probably is, obviously, because it's just insane. And it's not even mentally disabled. He's just stupid. Pure stupidity is all this is. It goes right along with his ignorance, his arrogance, and the disgustingness of this person. He's not even human, in my opinion.
You would easily be seen by a car coming by.
To think, right? So the question becomes this flat tire. Is this flat tire some sort of a ruse? Is there a flat tire? And then
I agree,
at the
Willow.
moment there's a flat tire. Could he have allegedly gotten rid of the body because he had a flat tire? Or was the flat tire a reason to park on the side of the road? And in case someone saw him,
Lily,
there'd be a reason for him to be on the side of the road. Either way, it seems like, based upon that witness account in that area where you were, that's like right there. It's right there. It's the same. It's basically the same spot across the street.
Right across the street. Again, that's a great observation. Literally right across the street, no more than 20, maybe 30 steps. And to your point, like, it could have been a ruse. It could have been an act, just to seem as if you were doing something else, just to take an alleged dead body and go dump it across on that private land. But until we know more information, that's still up in the air.
Absolutely. So from your observations today, obviously a little bit more traffic because people are coming to pay their respects to Madeline, but how many cars that aren't stopping there are coming by during the time you're there, middle of the day, much like is alleged here that it could have happened in the middle of the day?
Exactly, Michael.
Middle of the day, we were out there close to an hour. We probably counted maybe tops 20 cars, 15, somewhere between 15 and 20. So,
and it shows how stupid he is. He could have waited till in the evening, at night, any of that kind of stuff, but he didn't. That's what I'm saying, is how dumb he is. 400 images were found on his phone, you guys. 400 images, 400 pictures. Are you kidding me? More than. Heather's right. More than 400 images. I mean, come on. And I'm telling you guys, I believe there's another phone, because I feel very strongly that he very well could be linked to a ring with this, which is why he was doing some of this, in my opinion. I'm just saying. Oh man. Thank you again, Brandy, for that. Yeah, Michael, 400. Can you imagine? Like, can you believe? And then he had the audacity to say that day, oh, I accidentally reset my phone. You're a lying piece of shit. There's no accident about it. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows what. I mean, this is just horrific, guys. It makes me sick to my stomach.
It's not a very populated area. There's not much traffic coming through there. And again, it's pretty desolate either way. And that whole span of the road is maybe 3-4 miles long.
Yes, multiple
no
phones. I
street
think
lights,
there's
so
still
it's
another
dark.
one out there.
It's really
too,
dark. But
Victor.
again, this was taking place in the broad open daylight, and there were still not many cars coming by.
Right. And if you're there at night, I don't even know how you would find your.
Again, Brandy, thank you for that. And thank you to anybody that has purchased anything from me via the Amazon wish list. You guys are amazing. I appreciate that so very much. God bless and thank you.
Way around. And an important piece of information, though, that the gate was open. If the gate's not open, there's no way for the body to be hidden near the wood line. It'd have to be right there, much more out in the
Thank you,
open.
Teresa.
So as you were there, you mentioned cars were stopping, people were stopping. So you bumped into some folks there. What are they saying?
Of course, they're saying the community is mourning this loss. And the people that were there that I saw were actually community advocates fighting for child abuse victims statewide across Florida. But one of them was a mom, and she says that this has completely torn her apart. She understands what Maddie Soto's family is going through dealing with this loss. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
The site tidy. The property owners were kind enough to let us keep the memorial honoring Madeline Soto, and for the family and friends to have a place to come and mourn and pray and remember Madeline. These are gifts that people within the community have brought, as well as people from other parts, pretty much all around the world. People from Ireland, from Texas. A lady contacted me with address because she wanted to send her present for Madeline, and pretty much, ensuring that also balloons are not brought on site, anything with strings, because this is a working farm. There's cattle, there's animals that need to be protected.
And of course, Vinny, that woman says that the community is trying to bond together, bonding as they're mourning, but she says that's the only way that this community is ever going to try to get over this terrible situation.
So, and this information is really eye-opening tonight, right? Being on the ground, to me, it's a much different perception I have of the area and what happened here. And then when it comes to the search, I mean, I've got to think that if police believe that search area or the area where he was spotted is across the street in that little turnaround area, the search makes sense, right? That particular area makes sense on Hickory Tree Road, not Old Hickory Tree Road. If he's changing the tire on Old Hickory Tree Road, there's a lot more ground to cover. Like that's pretty far away from where you are. It's not like a walking distance or anything else. So there would be almost no reason to search the area where she was found unless there was some sort of connection to the suspect here, which is the changing of the tire.
And that is exactly right. We actually rode on Old Hickory Tree Road. And like you said, that was about 15 to 20 minutes away by car. So imagining walking that far, let alone with a body in a book bag or a sack or whatever it may be, not happening. 0% happening. So to your point, for them to search in that area, there had to be a connection. There had to be some sort of sighting, something that put him in the
Sounds good, Teresa. Thank you for joining us today, dear.
To look there and ultimately end up finding her body.
And
there.
thank you for sending me that.
Yeah, because again, this is the middle of nowhere. These are farms, 22 miles from Kissimmee, 15 minutes from this old Hickory Tree Road. So I believe someone had to give them information to get them there, and it makes sense if this witness said that he was in that little turnaround area and saw the suspect there with a tire iron, maybe changing his. That makes so much sense tonight, because without it, I mean, what reason would investigators have to search the area you were in? Like, it's nowhere near their home. It's not near this so-called old hickory tree.
And again, Vinny, it is sort of, in all senses of the phrase, in the middle of nowhere. It was slightly residential, and by that I mean maybe 5 or 6 houses that were sitting on big plots of land, but there's not a lot of people coming through there. So to even have an idea to be out there, there had to be some sort of connection.
Absolutely. All right. Cody Thomas, Court TV producer, is on the ground in Central Florida. We're getting reports all week this week. I know you've got a lot of ground to cover down there, so great job tonight, Cody. We'll speak to you again. When we come back, we're going to take this information, bring in our experts, and see where it takes us, and see what it really reveals and what information investigators may be able to get. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Delphi, Indiana, we are less than 2 months from the Delphi murder trial. The man accused of killing Abby and Libby, Richard Allen, says he didn't do it and has pointed the finger at a group of people practicing Odinism. And today, 2 crucial pretrial hearings, and we are live from Indiana with the latest.
At around 2 o'clock that same day.
Now, we are actually at that site on Hickory Road where Madeline Soto's body was found. And if you follow me and look down the stretch of this road, there's not much on either side. I know she was found in a wooded area. It's kind of desolate on the left, a little desolate on the right. You could easily view something from the road if you're passing by. But right here behind me is the memorial site, actually where she was found, right in between those trees. And we actually have some community advocate members out here with us, and they tell us that one of them actually has been in contact with the owner of this land right here behind me. And that day, that morning of February 26th, they say that gate was open. They've talked to this owner of this land. The gate was open, and that owner is mourning because now they're having those thoughts. What if the gate was closed? What could I have done different? But ultimately, again, right over here between these trees, is where Madeline Soto was found, here on Hickory Road.
I've got a much clearer picture tonight. Much clearer picture of what could have been happening that day. And also, this is the middle of nowhere, right? How did investigators end up over there? They needed information to get there. You don't randomly search that area. This was March 1st. This was the big announcement from the Kissimmee Police Department. 4:30 during a coordinated search in the area of Hickory Tree Road. The body of Madeline Soto was found in a wooded area. Madeline's family has been notified. This is an ongoing investigation. Well, it's not deep woods. It's more of a tree line that divides the owner's farm and the road, right? In between the farm and the road, there's a tree line. And again, let's take a look at the map. Where this is, where she was found, Hickory Tree Road. The original reports were that where the blue dots are, that's where the flat tire was. But it seems like the flat tire spotting may have been closer and would make more sense if it's closer to where the body was found. But we're learning a little bit more about the topography and the environment where her body was discarded by someone. All right, let me bring in my guest joining us tonight in Chicago, Illinois, criminal defense attorney, host of Defense Diaries. Bob Motta is with us in Salt Lake.
I love this guy. Bob Motta is amazing. This guy is amazing. I love his take on Delphi and anything he touches on. He is absolutely awesome, guys. If you guys have not checked this out, if we can drop the Defense Diaries link in here, please go follow him, subscribe to him, check out anything he talks about. He's amazing. He's one of the most down-to-earth attorneys I've ever seen and heard in my life. The guy knows his stuff, and he's the real deal, folks. So please show some love. Check out the Defense Diaries. Bob is great, guys. Really, really good.
Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, Mike King. and in Barrington, Rhode Island, board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Great to have everyone here tonight. All right, Dr. Priya Banerjee, we've talked before about this, but let's start all over from the beginning here. Now that we're seeing where she was left in this tree line just off of the roadway there in an area that's really farming, what do you see significant there? How could that impact what the ME is finding in the autopsy and the examination and the investigation of Madeline's remains?
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking to think she was discarded there. I had no idea what this area was like. And when I think about it now that I've seen it with you, I'm very concerned about the environment, meaning bugs, other animals in the area. Now, it's hotter in Florida than it is where I am.
I got you, Victoria.
So I'm concerned about whether she's having exposure, and by exposure, I mean to sunlight, humidity. You know, is she shaded? Is she not? I don't know how she was discarded, if you will. You know, was she wrapped in something? All of these affect the body after someone dies. And so that's going to affect the condition. And I'm really worried about decomposition. You know, I don't know how long she was out there, but I'm very, very concerned about it.
Well, investigators, I think, believe that it's about 4 days or so is the amount of time.
And that's a long time.
That's a long time, 80 degrees, high 70s during the day. I want to remind everyone what the chief said. And to me, these two things.
Could one of the mods please drop the
can
link
be
to the
tied
defense
together.
diaries,
Maybe the
please?
key
I appreciate
to,
you very much.
all of what we found at the scene, which is the flat tire and the location of the body. Let's listen to Chief Betty Holland again from the Kissimmee Police Department.
Please share this crime line bulletin on my right of Stephen Stearns. He was last seen driving a silver 2010 Lincoln MKZ. The Florida tag is IYLL82. On Monday, February 26th, between 1 and 2:30 p.m. in the area of State Road 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road, as well as Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road. During this time frame, it is believed that Stearns had a flat tire and might have been seen changing the tire in this area.
Link, guys, for anybody that wants
if anyone
it.
saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line.
And you saw the car there, spare tire on that back left. I want to show you guys one more thing, though. This is from a possible witness to all of this. This is from a Facebook post on March 1st saying, I gave the pictures to Osceola County law enforcement as they started their search, and they found her where I said I saw him. Crime Line told me I did not have enough information, but Osceola law enforcement jumped right to action. Thank God for the Osceola law enforcement and Kissimmee Police Department. And this is what this witness alleges. I saw him, meaning the defendant, and his car around 1:20 Monday on Old Hickory Tree, right? Old Hickory Tree, pull over on a roundabout that has a cargo shipping container. He was in on the right-hand side heading towards Harmony, which is a town. He was wearing a green light brown hat backwards. I didn't see anyone else in the vehicle. He was outside the car. Back left tire, that's what we saw, the back left tire with the tire iron. Looks like he was changing, but I couldn't say for sure. The witness apparently said Old Hickory Tree, but that's Hickory Tree Road. But everything else he describes, like the body, the cargo, the turnaround, the roundabout, that's all on Hickory Tree Road, not Old Hickory Tree Road. Mike King, the search, this is almost the middle of nowhere, but they found her. It had to be a result of some witness information, don't you think?
I think that and the combination of cell phone data that they used to maybe put this thing together, Vinny, and I think that's what we've got to really take into account. At first, I was a little bit discouraged because I know how flat that area is and how difficult it is to get a decent cell signal. But when you start looking at not only the cell towers, but all the microwave towers that are along that road, I think that the cell reception was pretty good, and they probably had a pretty good marker of what roads he traveled down. And then they could start looking, taking advice of that witness, of the container, of the vehicle being off on a little pullout. But then we got to think about, how did that body get back behind the trees? And I think that can be pretty well explained by the fact that that gate was open. It's possible he drove the car back a ways and then carried the body, or knowing that it's a pretty remote area, he may have just gutted it out and headed across the road with that child.
Bob Mata, this witness, if this witness, to me, is the key to the case, because you could place the defendant near where the body is found. That's crucial in this case.
It's huge. It's huge. Like Crime Line seemed like they were sleeping, saying that they didn't have enough information. That seemed like a ton of information to me, Vinny, in terms of what they were saying. I mean, they gave location. Yeah, that witness is massive. You know, I mean, that puts him exactly. It can be nobody else. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like we're just waiting for the murder charges to drop, and like this seems like this is the thing that we needed.
And it's not quite Scott Peterson, but it's like Scott Peterson, where he is placed, but Scott Peterson placed himself there away from his home at the scene where the bodies were recovered in that case. Mike King, let me ask you another question on this, though. I'm thinking about this flat tire. Is it really a flat tire, or is it a ruse? Can you forensically, do you think forensically you could figure out how, if the tire that was taken off the back left is flat, do you think you could figure out what caused that flat tire? And if it's not flat.
Thank you for jumping in, Holly. I hope the the cat's okay. Good luck, and thank you for jumping in. Appreciate you very much.
Then this absolutely is a ruse.
Yeah, I think forensics are going to really play a big role here, because number one, if he picked something up going off-road into that area, it's probably going to be something they can determine and say this is where it happened. But those tires, if he did go off-road, are going to probably have residue and artifacts that suggest that he went off-road there. So I think that's going to help too. Could it be a ruse? Why not? I mean, what a great thing to say, I've got to have a reason to park my car on the side of the road while I wait for traffic to pass by and then hurry and secrete a body in the woods. So I think we got to keep all of them in our minds. We can't focus on any specific one until more information comes out. And frankly, I haven't heard a person say yet that they looked in the trunk and there was a flat tire in there.
Yeah. Dr. Priya Banerjee, let me ask you, we don't know the time of death here, but if in fact she's murdered early morning, sometime between 5 and 7 in the morning, and this is now 1:30 in the afternoon.
I personally think she was murdered the night before. The night of her party, I think, is when it happened. I'll be honest with you. Welcome, Gene Anderson. That's what my theory is. I think that's when it happened, is because I think they may have been alone after the party. And that's when I think everything happened. That's just my opinion, though. There's no facts to base that on. Just thought. That's all.
Afternoon. What is the state of her body going to be at that point?
Well, now we're talking 4 days out, right? That's the
No, not 4 days. I'm talking about the day of. The day of.
Oh, okay.
If she's murdered 5 to 7 in the morning and the body is discarded in the afternoon at around 1:30, what's the state of that body going to be? And is it going to be easy to carry? Is there any issue there?
Well, I think she's going to show rigor mortis. She's going to be stiff. And so whatever, however she was crumpled up or hidden in the car and then transported, that's going to be significant. It's not going to be this limp, easy to carry body. I mean, she's also a teenager. She is not a baby, so that's going to be, if anybody passes by, they're going to see her being discarded, I hope, so, right. It's not a subtle.
And that's exactly what I think he placed her there for, thinking that the Gators would get to her and she would never be found. Pathetic and disgusting, but that's what I think his plan was.
Effort to hide her on the side of the road.
All right, folks, we're out of time for tonight. We'll have everyone back. Appreciate your insight.
Hey, War Eagle.
When we come back, folks, we're going to take a look at some of the statements of mom and the suspect, and we're going to bring in Dr. G. So there's physical evidence, there's forensic evidence, and both of those are crucial in a case like this. But then there's the other approach to everything that's happening, which is the dynamics in the home, the interpersonal relationships, the dynamics between Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns and Madeline, and trying to understand those relationships, and then also taking a look at the way they reacted to all of this, the way Madeline's mom reacted and the suspect Stephen Stearns reacted. Let's get a little help with that. Got an expert joining us from Roswell, Georgia, a psychologist, Dr. John Paul Garrison, also known as Dr. G. Dr. G Explains on YouTube. Great to see you, Dr. G.
Thanks.
All right, let's start here. I want to start with the mom, Jen Soto. A lot of talk about her. Everyone's got their theories. She's not a suspect, but she did speak publicly to WFTV while her daughter was missing before she was found. So I want to watch a little bit of that interview and then get your take on what you're seeing and what you're hearing from mom. Let's watch.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. She was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah, in my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think. She was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it. She got dropped off in the morning. We did not notice until after school pickup at 4 o'clock when I went to go pick her up, and she wasn't at school.
All right, Dr. G, what'd you see? What are you hearing from mom here?
So she obviously has a lot of anxiety. So we see that, but we don't see a lot of sadness, which I think confuses a lot of people, because you would expect that somebody whose daughter is missing, and she seems very clearly to believe, she seems to think very clearly that somebody took her, but we're not hearing a lot of sadness. And I think that's very confusing. And she also makes odd statements like she was last seen, which almost sounds like the way that law enforcement might describe how someone was seen. So there seems to be a disconnect between what we would expect and what we're seeing.
So, there are a couple of things and about mom that struck me. The lack of emotion was number one, and then number two, the shaking. And she's like this, and I can understand. It's first of all, you're speaking to a reporter. This is potentially the worst day ever of your life.
Welcome, Felicity.
What are your thoughts about that shaking?
So there was a lot of adrenaline that's coursing through your veins when you're anxious, and she doesn't seem to have a lot of great awareness about how she comes across. So it may be that many of us, even if we're anxious, may be able to inhibit that some, and she may just not have the awareness to do the same thing. So to me, there seems to be a lack of awareness about that type of body language that she gives off.
Now let's get to the suspect in the case, her boyfriend, who she referred to as Madeline's stepdad. They weren't married, but it seems that they may have been functioning as this quasi-family unit living together. So here he is in his interview with WFTV.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said, thanks, love you too. That was it. We don't know where she can be. We're scared. We just want her home. Just not knowing.
So the unknown is killing you.
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down. Not feeling her presence here is. Sorry. It's hard.
So, Dr. G, what are your thoughts about the emotion that you're seeing and the eyes that aren't like looking at the person who's talking to him?
First off, the emotion that comes across is very fake. Now, one thing we saw with mom was a lack of emotion, but she's not faking emotion. His emotion, you're not seeing any tears, although he's making these sounds of crying. We're not seeing any tears. It seems like a fake expression of emotion to me. And he's also sitting very still, almost not moving. And oftentimes when people want to hide, they try to move less physically. It's a freeze response. So in a lot of ways, he wants to be seen because I guess he thinks that's a great part of the plan. But he's clearly also trying to hide at the same time, speaking quietly, I presume rubbing his eyes before he got on camera so they would look red. But we're seeing a lot of fake emotion.
What are your thoughts about the way he's reacted to all of this? He's had court appearances and has just been waving them. Like, I don't want, and he knows, people in Florida know that there's cameras in the courtrooms in Florida. That's just the way the law is down there. And in big cases, the cameras will be there. But he's waived all of his appearances and has not been seen publicly since that perp walk that he took.
It's a total loss of power. And when you have somebody who potentially could be a psychopath, who has low empathy, high manipulation, a high need for power, you've lost full control at that point. Maybe he had a master plan. Maybe he thought that he could fool everybody and is so disappointed by that. He can't face the idea of everybody getting to see him because he has no control over what people are going to say or what they're going to think, because clearly people have seen through everything so far.
And he's being held not for the murder. He's being held for the images that were on his phone. And this is someone who allegedly is recording himself sexually assaulting a child under 12. What are your thoughts there?
Presuming if this is in fact true, we're talking about somebody who is so deranged and who is such an intense psychopath. All bets are off in terms of what he could have done or what he would have been willing to do. Truly, it's so depraved, it's hard to imagine. But also we know psychopaths are very impulsive. And from what we've heard, at least reports have said that he tried to delete his phone the day of her murder, which means that that was probably an impulsive act as well, probably not planned, at least from the way I see it.
Dr. G, great to have you on the program. Glad you can make it tonight. drgexplains.com and Dr. G Explains on YouTube. We'll see you again really soon. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Give me a second here. Great stuff. Great stuff. I like Dr. G a lot. Hold on. Now, the word is that Jen Soto very possibly is being treated in a mental hospital at this moment for mental health. I don't know, guys. I can't give you facts on that. So, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I did. All right, let me see here. One moment. I had something else I want you guys to see real quick. Oh, this was Vinny's been doing his own thing recently.
You tell me.
And I wanted you guys to see this real quick. The lies are lies.
How many lies? Now, I'm a former prosecutor. Lies are important.
If I want to try a case, if I want to figure out what happened, I got to figure out who's telling the truth, who's not telling the truth. And if someone's lying, why are they lying? And what does it mean to the case? Why would you say that lie? Why would you not be truthful with investigators? Speaks volumes in cases, absolute volumes. Now, you can't prove your case completely through lies because we know there was someone else in Central Florida who lied a lot, ended up walking out of jail. Okay? But lies when you're in the investigation and lies when you're a prosecutor tell you a lot about where the truth is and who's hiding what and who is not being truthful and why aren't you being truthful. That helps you get to the truth. You need other evidence as well. Obviously, you can't get a conviction just through lies. Unless, of course, well, even in the case of perjury, it's not just a lie. You got to prove the item that was true, right? So you have to prove that it's a lie. To prove a lie is a lie, you got to figure out what the truth is. But sometimes the lies help get you there. And that's what's happening, I believe, in this case. Welcome, folks, on this Sunday night. I'm Vinny Politan, former prosecutor, and we are streaming live on Facebook. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on X. We're also on my special personal Facebook fan page as well. So we got a lot of people checking in tonight. Great to see everyone. And really, to me, it starts with like the lies of Stephen Stearns. We know already some of those. But the lies become the foundation of his defense, if you believe it's a lie. And they've already said so. I mean, investigators have come out pretty quickly and said, well, what this story is not making sense to us. This story doesn't make sense to us. But there's a couple of things, and I think these are important pieces of evidence, right? Say you need more than just a lie to prove something. The 7:35 a.m. video of the items being discarded. Okay? Where exactly is that all taking place? Where are these items being discarded? It's been described as in a dumpster. Okay? I haven't been down there yet. It's a gated community. But if you look at some of the aerial photos of this gated community, first, this is the back entrance. There's two entrances and slash exits that I found to this neighborhood, Venetian Bays. You got the back entrance here, no guards. Okay, there might be cameras there. It looks like there could be a camera there. It could be license plate readers. Could be some way, but there is no physical guard.
Welcome, Deborah.
There.
Hello, Miss Cassie. Courtney 614. Welcome.
I want you to take a look at this map real quick. You look at this map, and you see where that blue ends. I have like on the right side of the screen, Kensington Road. That's right where there's that gate I just showed you is right there. And then if you look to the top left, you'll see Santa Maria Drive, right? That's the street where the house is. So the house is actually like very easily accessed in and out of that back gate. And there's one other thing close to that back gate that I think could be interesting. Could be interesting. We got to take a closer look at it. Let me see if we get a closer look at it. Right here by the basketball courts. On the right side by the water and the trees. The water and the is that the dumpster? Is that the dumpster? If that is in fact the dumpster that we're talking about in this case, the camera could be on a home because there's a home right there on the left side of the screen. There's a white something there. I don't know what that white structure is. I don't know if that's an actual building or not. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But this dumpster is extremely, if this is the dumpster they're talking about, is extremely close to the back.
And this is where I have problems with this. As I'm stating, this guy is just stupid. The way that he did this. Almost like he wanted to be caught. Wholeheartedly. Hold on. One moment, everybody. Okay, so like I said, I have issues with him being just. I mean, I'm glad he was so stupid because he got caught. That's the most important thing there. So there's really nothing on there that he's talking about that we haven't heard. So one moment here, guys. We're gonna move upward and onward a little bit. As I promised, guys, I'm going to go ahead and catch us up to the Riley Strain press conference that dropped a little bit ago here, because as we all know, we're covering that case as well. One moment here. Please let me know how the audio and stuff is for this. So you guys hear it clearly.
There's just anybody else have questions for the family before they come up? There's just anybody else have questions for the family before I interrupt?
I do. Michelle, the last time you and I spoke, you told me he was here with 50 his fraternity brothers. Not one of them left the bar to go with him. I know you were close. That was some of his friends as well. What have those conversations been like since?
With the boys, I mean, they're heartbroken also. I mean, he's their best friend. And we love these boys like our own. And it's just as hard on them as it is on us.
And right now, we really are focusing on
bringing Riley home.
His last point.
He's my best friend. He's everything.
Is that it?
So we.
Hold on, guys. One sec.
I want to thank everyone for coming out today. With everything that's gone on in the past few days, we've been reached out to and we've spoken with Dave with the United Cajun Navy.
we feel that we need the extra resources to come in and help us as we try to get more organized for our family and see if we can't bring some more clues to light. We're very grateful for everyone that's done everything so far. We ask that you continue. We ask that you work and help with us to become more organized, because we don't want individuals out there alone without us knowing, so that we want to make sure everybody's careful. Safety is the number one priority. We appreciate more than you'll ever know the outpouring that we've received from the community, from the press, and everyone else involved. Our goal is still to bring Riley home. We feel that is still a very pliable goal. We feel like Dave and his team and the volunteers that he knows are very skilled and will help bring this for us. This time, I'm going to turn it over to Dave and let him kind of bring some information to light. If we have questions at the end, we'll be more than happy to address, but I do ask that we have a little bit of courtesy for what we're going through right now, and give us just, a few questions, and we'll again meet as we have more information. Okay. Thank you, Dave.
My name is David Flagg. For those who don't have the spelling, last name is F like Foxtrot, L-A-G-G. And I am the National Director of Operations for the United Cajun Navy. Those of you who may not know, people who are in the audience that may not know, we are a disaster response organization. We respond to natural disasters, all over the country. We're formed during Hurricane Katrina, when New Orleans was flooded so badly. We had just a bunch of good old boys that had boats and took it upon themselves to go out into the waters of New Orleans and start rescuing people, taking them supplies, et cetera, et cetera. Fast forward to today, our organization has been to almost every major natural disaster in this country, to include Hurricane Michael, Hurricane Ian, the Texas wildfires. We have people there now, the fires in Maui. So that's kind of an overview, brief overview of what we do. We also obviously get involved in missing persons cases. We do search and rescue, and focus on providing supplies of whatever nature the people might need them, food, clothing, etc. I was to touch on the reason that we're here today. We were contacted by Riley's family and asked to step up and provide some more resources to this search activity. And we have been pretty much involved from the very first day that we heard about it, which I believe was on Monday, would have been the 10th, 11th, whatever day that was. We've had an airboat here on the river. We've had people involved behind the scenes and following this and understanding what's been happening here with regard to the search efforts of individuals. We felt that it was probably a real good idea for us to step in and organize a structured and organized search activity for this. We also have, today we have a hovercraft coming in and a pilot to run that craft. If he gets here early enough, we will be on the river today. And if not, we'll start early tomorrow morning and spend a good bit of time on the river here, assisting in that search. We had an airboat here, and that individual will be returning Friday, possibly Saturday. I would reiterate what Riley's father said. Our main focus, obviously, is to find Riley. Our secondary focus is to ensure the safety of the people who are out here searching. If we have folks just out on their own on these very steep and treacherous terrain on the riverbank and other treacherous aspects of this search, we don't know. We don't know what's going on with you. It's not safe. It's real dangerous. So I would encourage any volunteers who have been here and are searching to please come under the umbrella of the United Cajun Navy search. We will be putting together a structured and organized ground search at some point in the near future. I don't have the specific information on that yet, but I will make that information known once I have it. If you do intend to come out and search with us or to continue to search on your own, there are some safety aspects that you need to know. Number one, you need to be wearing some sturdy shoes. You need to have some heavy gloves on and some nitrile or rubber gloves as well. There's a lot of garbage and debris and needles and bodily fluids of one kind or another that are on these riverbanks that you really don't want to be exposed to. So that's what I would ask of you, just for your own safety. And I would also reiterate what Riley's father said. If you all do have questions for the family, please be very, very sensitive about the nature of this incident. As you can imagine, those of you who have children or don't have children, I guess the best advice I could give would be don't ask a question of the family that you would not want to be asked yourself. That's pretty much all I have to say. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Just one thing that I wonder for you and for the family, the police have been steadfast for at least several days in saying that they don't suspect any foul play. Have you seen the evidence to that? Do you believe it?
At this point, there is no evidence that I'm aware of that would indicate foul play. You know, y'all know how it goes on Facebook and social media. There's been a lot of chatter on there about the fact that Riley's debit card was found on the riverbank, and that is prima facie evidence of criminal activity, something of that nature there. I don't agree with that. You know, obviously I'm not the investigator. We have a couple of representatives from MMPD here, and I'm sure they have something to say about it, but I would very seriously at this point doubt that there's been any criminal activity.
First, Michelle, you guys are obviously asking for more people to come in and help at this point. Are you satisfied with the job Metro Police have done, and what are you hoping that this additional volunteer effort will do to help you?
Yes, we feel like they've handled it well. We know that there's an excessive amount of information coming into them that they're having to dissect. You know, it's hard as a parent, as we are now 10, 11, 12 days into this, and we're trying to, you know, find Riley, come up with, you know, an outcome here. And so, yes, as the days drag on, we are frustrated. We know they're doing their job. We've seen what they've got, you know.
We know they're doing things that we haven't been informed about. That's probably with any investigation like this. There's details that they're not going to share with us that we're sure they're working on too. We don't know what all for sure exactly what they've done as far as searches goes. We don't know some of the information, but that's not to say they haven't done it.
Exactly. And, you know, Dave is kind of an extra resource for us, a point of contact with his foundation, his group, to be able to help us so that we can focus and make sure that we're doing everything as best as possible. It's been hard being from out of town, being from 6.5 hours away, to put a structured program together when you don't know everywhere that you're at. You don't know the lay of the land as well. You don't have your family and your resources that are in your hometown to be able to help guide you and lean on to build a organized search. And that has bothered us, and Dave is our answer.
Kind of reminding a little bit, I know that y'all saw the bar footage for the first time potentially. Is there anything significant there that you feel comfortable sharing at this time?
The only thing really that we have seen with our own eyes is in the bar footage would be Riley and his friend going down the stairs just before he exited the bar. His friend turns around and goes back up the stairs. You know, we're not focusing on a lot of the stuff that happened earlier. We're still pushing forward, and we're trying to figure out where he's at now.
When do you anticipate police will release data from cell phones, IWAC?
I am not able to comment on that at this point. I know that they're still digging through information, so hopefully they'll be able to provide information here, you know, as we move forward. We know that Riley was possibly texting and communicating with multiple people. Again, we don't know the exact people. We don't know the exact timeline, you know, or who the last person was.
Anything right now would kind of be speculation on our part to exactly what that was.
You know, no need to muddy the water. So I'm sure the detectives, as information becomes available that is pertinent like that, they will provide to us, and we will share as we can.
And again, we have a couple of representatives from the police department here, and that may be a question that you could ask them. Before they come up, there's just, anybody else have questions for the family before I interrupt?
I do. Michelle, the last time you and I spoke, you told me he was here with 50 of his fraternity brothers. Not one of them left the bar to go with him. I know you were close out with some of his friends as well. What have those conversations been like since?
With the boys. I mean, they're heartbroken also. I mean, he's their best friend. And we love these boys like our own. And it's just as hard on them as it is on us.
And right now, we really are focusing on
bringing Riley home.
his last point.
He's my best friend. He's everything.
that it?
I have a question. Can you tell me how many people are part of your group who are actually searching, and are there different times that you're searching?
So we are an all volunteer organization. So people who work with us, volunteer with us, have jobs, have families. And so there's at any given time, that number is going to fluctuate. Sometimes it might be 2 people and sometimes it might be 200 people. At this point, I am the only boots on the ground for the United Cajun Navy, and that is going to change here very shortly. We're going to get as many people who are associated with our organization involved in this search. The ground search is what I'm referring to. We have a couple representatives from MMPD who'd like to speak with you, but before they do, there's one thing I do want to say. And if I hurt somebody's feelings out there, oh well. I'm a retired Pennsylvania State Trooper. There has been a lot of chatter on social media about the police are or are not handling this investigation properly. They should have done this. They should have done that. If you're not a trained police officer, your speculation is just that, just speculation. I've been in constant contact with Detective Chandler, and I know that they have been making every effort that they can to bring this investigation, this search to a close. So please, you folks out there on social media, think real hard about what you're going to post before you post it. And that goes as well for posts about the family and about this investigation. The family doesn't really need to see posts on social media that say, well, maybe there's a serial killer out there and that's where he chunked him in the water. That's not cool. Anybody got a question for me? Yes, ma'am. Give me the first part of that again. I missed it. Yes, ma'am. Well, like I said, we have 2 boats coming, and that's going to be obviously our water search. This terrain presents a very, very difficult challenge for a ground search. I'm sure y'all have seen on TV that, when there's a field or a wooded area that you have a line of people 2-3 feet apart, and everybody just walking through. This is not going to be that. Also, the terrain is going to be very difficult to use any sort of tracking dog. Again, just because it's going to be very difficult to walk. So my goal, and part of the reason that I came down here early today, is so I could get my eyes on the terrain. I hadn't seen it yet, and formulate a plan for that. The plan right now is very loose and informal. We want all the volunteers to meet up with me before we go out, and probably about the only way that really and effectively be able to do this is put people in 2s and 3s, potentially 4s. We are working on getting some supplies, ropes, etc., that are going to enable these people to safely traverse this terrain. If there's anybody out there who would like to contribute to that effort, please feel free to go on our website, thank you, which is unitedcajunnavy.org. And there's a donate button. You can feel free to donate there. But that's my next step, is to get the supplies and the equipment that's needed to be able to conduct this search safely. And that's, as far as the plan goes, that's all we have right now. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah. Yes and yes to your questions. At this point, we're going to focus on the riverbank area and the water, because that appears to be the last place where Riley was seen. We have the last video footage that we have of him, I believe, is from this camera. Is that right? From this camera on this building here, and the video footage from surveillance cameras all around the area do not indicate that he ever came up this way or up the steps by the courthouse or anything of that nature there. The last video is of him going underneath this bridge right here, and that's pretty much it. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't do some canvassing of the homeless encampments and the downtown area where there may be other homeless people, simply to see if we can pull out any other information. Speaking of which, if there is anybody out there that has any information about this, please step forward and get in touch with me. You can reach out to me on our Facebook page, which is simply United Cajun Navy on Facebook. If you are scared or concerned about the nature of your information, come and get hold of me anyway. All right. Our main goal here is to bring Riley home.
Is there like an email that potential volunteers for this help, or should they just contact?
Now, I have a feeling, I'm not disagreeing with this guy. They brought him on for a reason. I have a feeling that law enforcement might get a little bit upset about that scenario happening. I'm not sure if they're together on this or not, but I can see where that could be a problem, him saying that like that.
Yes, you can message us on Facebook, and our email address is info@unitedcajunnavy.org, and that's United Cajun is CAJUNNAVY, UnitedCajunNavy.org. Anybody else, gentlemen?
I'm Detective Anthony Chandler. This is Sergeant Bob Nielsen. We're with the Homicide Cold Case Unit for Metro Nashville Police, and we've been heading up the investigation into Riley's disappearance. As Mr. Flagg said, we've been in contact with him since the very beginning.
Okay, so that answered my question. They're working together. That's good then. That's very good then. I didn't know that until just now, but thank you, Sherry. You put that out just as I realized at the same time. So I was just curious, but I'm glad to see that they're all working together. That's awesome.
What we could as far as with the family's active participation in locating Riley. That has been, and to this day remains, the top priority. There has not been any evidence that has come forward to change this to an ongoing criminal investigation at this time. Regardless of what else has been
I agree.
We are following up with on a constant basis, and an influx of information that is coming forward at all times. We are going through every single piece of that information, but the priority remains locating Riley.
As he said, I'm Sergeant Nielsen. I gave a briefing to our chain of command all the way up to the Chief Drake yesterday. They're well aware of where we are with the investigation at this point, as well as the resources. We do have our boat going back in the water this afternoon, along with members of the Urban Search and Rescue Team. They'll be combing the area, researching the area. It's been mentioned already today, and it's also been asked, things like, why was that card found? Why didn't we find it? As Mr. Flagg pointed out, there's a lot of variables in these investigations, and if you've not been skilled or trained or experienced in these investigations, you don't understand a lot of these things. As Don Aaron put out the other day, when we start a missing person investigation, we're looking for a person, we're looking for a body. We're not looking for small pieces of evidence. Can we miss some things? Sure. But our primary goal is to find Mr. Strain and bring him home safely. Think of it like a large crime scene. A lot of times you have to deal with the victims first before you can go back and start looking for those precise pieces of evidence. Okay, that's kind of our focus here. We're looking for Mr. Strain, then we go back and look again. And because these two ladies over here were kind enough to volunteer their time and help us by finding that, now we can do a more refined search for search and rescue, which is what they're going to do this afternoon. And as Mr. Flagg said, a lot of volunteers, if you're coming down to volunteers, understand it's very treacherous terrain. That's why we're using urban search and rescue and not just anyone on the street, because our people are trained, they're equipped, they have everything they need to conduct the search. There won't even see a patrol officer go to some of these areas that are more treacherous. Why? Because they don't have the handling equipment and things of that nature. So we're utilizing all the resources we can. We're also going to be reaching out to Office of Emergency Management. They've been helping us quite a bit. Over the weekend, they've been back out with boat, divers, cadaver dogs. They run sonar. Our boat has sonar. It's the same stuff. People have asked about TBI. It's the same resources they have. So there's not been a need for us to get additional assistance from these other agencies. However, like Mr. Flagg, Cajun Navy, they had that experience. They want to volunteer their time. They've been very gracious in talking with us, saying they're going to help us out. Not a problem at all. But again, if you have a structured organization like United Cajun Navy, you have the safety protocols in place. You have the equipment and the resources to utilize to conduct that search, as well as to make sure that everybody's safe doing that. We're going to continue to search. We're still filtering all the Crime Stoppers tips, as Detective Chandler said. I cannot stress enough the volume of information we've gotten. We've had people get frustrated with us because they'll call us, say, on a Monday, and they don't know why we haven't got back to them on Monday. And I've had to explain to them, we have to weigh every piece of evidence we get, or information rather, evenly. We can't just jump to the top, because quite honestly, there's a lot of tips that we're getting that are not tips. They mean well, but they're not tips. So we have to prioritize what's actually providing information. And some of the other things I have my detectives doing today is re-canvassing the area for video. And while we don't think Riley may have been in any of these homeless camps away from this area, those are areas that we're going to be working on this afternoon ourselves. In regards to, we've had questions about some of the behind the scenes things we're doing, search warrants, that kind of thing. Please understand it's an open investigation. We cannot share that information with the public because it's an open investigation. It can, if it were to turn into a criminal investigation, well, obviously now we're negatively impacting that situation. So please understand, if you call us and you're asking us questions, there may be some things we cannot answer, and it's to maintain the integrity of the investigation, as well as any potential evidence, should there be a criminal component to it. I would also ask, as Mr. Flagg and everybody has, if you have questions for the family, you want to help the family, that's great, but please also respect their privacy. These kinds of incidents that happen, sometimes people with the best of intentions don't know the best way to approach people, and it can cause more stress for the family, so please be mindful of that.
One of the other things I wanted to make sure everybody understood, all the businesses and everybody we have asked for assistance as far as video or any other information, we have had absolute cooperation from everybody involved. There has never been a time where anyone has had any issue in giving us any other information. To go along with what Mr. Flagg said, I know earlier I said this is not a criminal investigation this time. Should we uncover something that would change that, it's important that we go through one centralized source to where we know we can then change the manner in which we're searching and can start to conduct that in the proper manner. So if you do want to volunteer, we welcome all eyes to come help try to find Riley. But if we stumble across something where we need to change the direction of the investigation, it is important that it's through one coordinated source and they're able to give the information back to us so we can adjust accordingly.
I think the only thing I would like to add before we open up the questions is one of the concerns people have called in multiple times about is that he was, Riley was being chased, he was being followed. We have seen no evidence of that. We've been through the video multiple times. And that is the reason why we released that body camera footage, because that officer had an interaction with him. And we've talked to other people that have indicated to us there was no injuries on Mr. Strain when they observed him. And there was no indication that he was running from anything or he was in fear. There's been a lot of misconceptions, a lot of misinformation out there. And we're putting out everything we can to dispel all of those misconceptions. We're happy to answer those questions. But again, people are taking what has already been put out, what the media's put out, and then putting their spin on it, calling back with Crime Stoppers tips that are not actually tips. They're their theory on what happened. We love people calling in and helping us, but we need actionable leads that we can follow up on. So please understand too, when you don't see us, like my detectives out in the field constantly, it's because we're trying to prioritize those tips that we're getting to find what's actually useful information that we can follow up on. Because sometimes we get tips that we can't follow up on. It's just a statement somebody's making. So with that, you have a question, ma'am?
Yes, sir. So the credit card being discovered separated from wherever Riley is and potentially separated from his wallet. Some would say that could potentially go either way. Sure, maybe it just fell out and he didn't even realize, or maybe it was forcefully removed. So how do you decide which it is and which side to lean on, whether missing person versus criminal? A lot of folks would say, well, that could certainly indicate, or lay people would say, that could certainly indicate criminal activity.
Once we recovered the card, it was secured and processed properly to where it can be examined as far as going into a criminal matter at a later time if it's so needed.
How does the United Cajun Navy fit into MNPD's command structure?
We pretty much allow our people with the emergency contingency section and USAR to coordinate with them because, we do cold case investigations. We don't handle that part. So our job is typically to get them in touch with them and let them coordinate between the two because they have the knowledge and expertise. They know how to communicate with one another and schedule with each other what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. It would be kind of a moot point for us to step in the middle of that other than to act as a liaison to get them in contact with one another.
You said get them in touch with them.
With one part of our department that handles like the urban search and rescue and the boat searches and everything, we get that unit in contact with Mr. Flagg.
So they're coordinating their efforts.
That's what we plan because our resources are coming back out this afternoon, and that's kind of our goal is with Mr. Flagg here today is get him in touch with the supervisors over that unit so they can make that coordination.
And then at what point would your office decide to no longer continue the investigation?
So we have no other actionable leads, but because we work cold case, we continue working it until we just have nothing. And as new information comes in, we continue to pick it right back up and go right back to it. This is not going away. This is not going away anytime soon. And I have detectives that work cold case homicides that are decades old, and we continue to work on those. In fact, one of my detectives has been able to close 2 of them last year. So I say that to say, this isn't going away. We keep going until we have absolutely nothing, no new tips, no traces of anything to follow up on. But until that happens, we're still going to be out here doing everything.
How would you describe the actionable leads in front of them in the PD right now?
In what regard?
You said we're going to keep going until we have no action.
Meaning if somebody calls in with a theory, okay, that's one thing. But unless they're giving us information like a name, a location where they saw a suspicious person, thought they saw a piece of an item that belonged to Riley, that doesn't help us. So we have to filter through to look for the things they're saying. Hey, around this time I saw John Doe at this location. He might have been wearing a similar shirt, or maybe he was talking to Riley. That's actionable. That's something we can follow up on. We can look for video cameras in the area. But when they just say, I just saw a homeless guy in the area, that doesn't help us because that's nothing we can follow up on. Does that help?
So enough of those actionable leads are still coming in right
Yes,
now?
sir. Yes, sir. And actually, that's why we were late coming up here is because we've been following up on more of those.
When we last heard from you guys on Thursday, you were still waiting on cell phone and Apple Watch data. Have you received all of that at this point? And if you have, what have you been able to find from it?
At this point right now, what we have originally from Apple is what we're working off of, and all of the location data is what we've already released. So at this point in time, that's the same information we're going to be working off of.
I have a simple question. On the video that I saw, a lot of people were around, and they could have done something to help this young man. And maybe we should push the national, but if you see that happen, don't be afraid to help somebody. I mean, literally, on that video, I saw a lot of people that saw how drunk that guy was. It could have been stopped. Somebody could have said, hey, Dan, you need some help. Are you okay? Especially once you see somebody fall.
You're 100% correct.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that is the state of our society
I know everybody's
today.
trying to help somebody.
And
especially-
I agree with you 100%. You know, Nashville population, if you see something, say something or do something.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Because I watched that and I'm like, nobody did anything to say, hey man, this guy shouldn't be out walking around with me.
Right, right.
So,
Any other questions?
God bless you guys.
Could you
all right?
guys say your name and spell it one more time in your title?
I'm Detective Anthony Chandler, Chandler.
I'm Sergeant Robert Nielsen, Nielsen. Metro National Police Department, Cold Case Unit. You had a question, sir?
Yeah, could you all just go over again what it is that you say that there's no sign of foul play and this not being a criminal investigation at this time? Is it a lack of evidence to the contrary, or do you have other information that suggests that?
Well, right now, it's a lack of any evidence of a crime being committed. A lot of people have come up to us with various items claiming that it's indicative of it. And please understand, as a supervisor, I've been working homicides for 10 years. He's been working for a long time as a detective. And we're skilled in criminal investigations. What, evidence can be different possibilities, whether physical evidence, whether it's digital evidence or whatever. And if we don't have anything like we don't at this point that indicates that there's any indication of foul play, then if we go down that rabbit hole, then we're wasting resources and time for possibly looking for him, because now we're looking for evidence of a crime. And while we're open to the possibility it could be a crime, I mean, obviously there's always that possibility, right? But we haven't seen anything. And just because his bank card was found there, just because somebody heard something, until we have more to shore that up, we can't say that a crime occurred. So as soon as we have anything, if it exists, that indicates a crime occurred, assault or whatever the case may be, we immediately follow up on that. But we have to have evidence or probable cause. And a lot of people don't understand what probable cause is, but we have to have probable cause a crime even occurred. So that's why it's easy to jump to those conclusions. But that's where we have to tell people, this is why we don't do things at an accelerated rate. We have to do things methodically, like Mr. Flagg and his team, they do methodical searches, right? Our urban search and rescue, they do methodical searches, because if we just jump to conclusions every single time, we could actually miss more evidence, whether there was a crime or not, but still evidence of where he'd been or what happened to him, if we're just running all over the place going, oh, what crime happened? But now we're not looking over here anymore. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Has there been any other evidence connected to Mr. Shane's since Sunday?
Not that I'm
In which regard?
As far as physical evidence, is that the only?
No, outside the debit card,
sir.
that's the only physical evidence we have right now.
Oh, and somebody did find a phone, but I just want to put out there, it is not a phone that he had. He had an Apple phone. This was a Google Android phone. So I know that that's been a question that's come up as well. I just want to go ahead and clarify that.
Sir, you said someone found a phone.
Yes, ma'am. They found it in the vicinity. They brought it to us immediately while we were out there Sunday. We did collect it just because we don't know who it belongs to. Don't know if it is in relation to this case. But right now, it's not his phone. We know that because we know he had an Apple phone, Apple Watch. This was an Android device.
Do you remember the last transactions back to on that bank card?
They were all on Broadway.
Given that there are so many search areas now, search groups, I'm sorry, that are now participating in this effort, are you positive? How positive are you that Riley is still in this vicinity?
Well, we're not, but we're searching everywhere. Last Friday, we got a call that they thought they saw him up towards the Titans practice field somewhere, and we went out there and looked. So we're not just limited to here, but when we have somebody go missing, you have to start with the last place they were seen. You can't be that you know for a fact that they were seen. You can't just go, well, I thought I saw him over here, because a lot of people think that the video cameras everywhere catches everything, and they don't. We have people claiming there's video across the river, but some of them don't reach this riverbank. So if we start searching over there, but we don't know he was over there, but we know he was on this side of the river, this is going to do us more good, because that's going to allow the people that are trained in doing searches to have a starting point and have more tangible things to look at, as opposed to just going around and speculating which areas he could be. Obviously, if we have something that leads us further down, we will. But right now, that's why the areas that they're focusing on is this immediate area, because we know for a fact that was his last known point of contact with anyone.
We know Riley was asked to leave the bar around 9:45. We've seen subsequent videos, but give us a timeline of where he was at on Broadway or other places in the city prior to the crime bar.
Prior to that is he was here with his friends enjoying a night on Broadway. Our focus begins when he leaves from that location, and then he starts going up 3rd Avenue to Church Street and proceeds over the Gay Street corridor right below us, because that's where he went missing.
But there was a big question on whether or not he was overserved on Broadway. The Bryant Bar came out and said he had one drink. Were there other bars that he was at that you guys are looking into on whether or not he was overserved?
We're pulling video surveillance from every location that we're aware that he was at. As far as this time right now, like I said, our focus is on locating Riley. Anything subsequent from that will be followed up once we've concluded that part.
And unfortunately, we're going to have to kind of end it there for us. We have some follow-ups we have to do right now, but our PIO office will definitely be putting out more information as we get it. The family, we've been in contact with them and updating them as soon as we can. So appreciate your time. And if you have any other questions in the meantime for our department, please focus them to our PIO for today. Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Fly.
So just real quick, I wanted to tag on to a question that was asked about the Cajun Navy's relationship with MNPD, and it's a cooperative relationship. We're not under their command. They're not under our command. However, we do defer to them first. We don't take any significant actions without checking with Detective Chandler first. Got two young ladies here who have been doing some extensive searching. These are the young ladies that found Riley's debit card. We're not going to use names. We're going to just let them be anonymous, but they have some suggestions and some information for other potential searchers.
I guess hi.
Thank you, everybody.
One more thing that we want to make sure everybody knows when you are joining us to search is I have layers under these jeans. I have boots. We have masks because when you are moving stuff, there is stuff flying everywhere. You have to have gloves with grips. There will be rocks falling, so you have to be very careful. If you want to wear a helmet, that's something we really might suggest. We haven't done it. It's very difficult to go down this embankment, but it's extremely possible, especially if you're able. You're just going to have to be very careful with your footing. And we really, really recommend gripped gloves because we've been using that to grab onto branches to either bring ourselves back up or to move around. Once you get down there, you are going to be walking across
Absolutely, Sherry. Horrible.
on rocks, and they are wobbly. And as we said, there's other rocks that will be falling down. Be very, very careful and do not go alone. I did not go until she came with me because we knew that it would be very dangerous if something happened. Nobody would be able to find me then. It's very, very hard to actually hear each other down there too. Even if we're just like 15, 20 feet away, I can yell to her and it's hard to hear. I guess if you guys have any questions, I can answer it, but that's about all I have to say at the moment. Perfect.
Thank you, ladies.
Yes.
All right, that's, I think, pretty much all we have, unless there are other questions. Okay, once again, yes, sir.
Do you know, for the volunteer purposes, how much of the area has been grid searched? Grid searched by law enforcement from the standpoint of where the ID was found, so maybe everybody's not duplicating going down the same bank. Do you know if that's been done?
I don't know if MMPD has done a grid search. To my knowledge, none of the volunteers have done that. And it's, again, going to be very, very challenging to do any kind of grid search in that terrain. We are going to try to do something that approaches a grid search, but all I can tell you is going to be is the best we can do. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
What is the best way to sign up to search for you guys?
I would go to www.unitedcajunnavy.org or send an email to info@unitedcajunnavy.org. That comes, both of those come to me. All right. Anything else? All right. Once again, I just want to thank everybody, the whole community, the online community, all the volunteer searchers that have been involved in this. You know, you folks are going to be the ones potentially that break this case open. So keep on doing what you're doing. Keep your eyes open. Keep your ears open. If you see something, say something. And again, once we figure out when we're going to do this organized search, we will let the media outlets know, and they can push that information out for us. All right? Okay, thanks again.
Okay, so that is the newest press conference on Riley. There's nothing else new really coming from this. Welcome, Beth. Good to see you today, dear. First off, I want to say, War Eagle, thank you very much. I just received this awesome box of coffee as well as the new keyboard. Thank you so very much for that. God bless. It really, really, really means a lot. More than you know. I needed the keyboard because my other one's broken. That's awesome. You are amazing, and you guys know the coffee. Good Lord, I'm so grateful for that. Because I literally just ran out, and that just showed up. You're amazing. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much for that, Eagle. God bless you. And the keyboard is pretty cool. Just so you can see, it's really thin and all that. So my other one broke. Half my button stopped working for some reason. So thank you for that. I needed that in a bad way. You're amazing. Very, very, very cool. Yes, Lily, I have an amazing crew in here. My moderators are the absolute best in YouTube as far as I'm concerned. Sherry, War Eagle, Heather, Brandy. Brandy's like the number one. Okay. Mama Bear, of course, Val. And there's even people in here that aren't moderators that are amazing. They help me in so many different ways. You have no clue. This whole community is absolutely amazing. Yes, very, very cool. And I appreciate that so much. It's so weird, Eagle, that I literally made my last cup of coffee when I started this show. And I was like, oh crap, I'm out. So thank you so very much. That's amazing. I blew my mind. 100%. The coffee thing was great. It is, Heather. It's an amazing group of people. I'm grateful to have you guys as part of this team. I'm just grateful to have such a great team that works with me with this stuff and makes it possible. Mr. Niles Buckman, good to see you. So thank you all so very much for everything you do. Like I said, you guys don't get it. These moderators, they will, Sherry and Brandy and Molly, Doodle, Mama Bear, all these people that are in here, they will drop things to me daily throughout the day. Okay. Hitting me with things that I don't even know I need them sometimes. And they're throwing them at me here. Did you see this? Did you see that? Boom, 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 boom. They know what I need. They know who I am. I mean, every one of them. Sherry's been here so long, she can almost, before I say something, she's doing it. Molly's the same way. Yes, I did get rid of all that list, if you can see it back there. I'll be sitting here talking about something, and next thing you know, I get emails, and Molly's like, "Dago, check it." Boom, boom, boom. I mean, the community here alone is amazingly wonderful. The people that take care of me, that I couldn't do this without, I can't even speak words upon. It's that amazing. So I am beyond grateful. Thank you, Brandy. And thank you to anybody that has done anything on that list. I appreciate you so very much. You guys are just the beautiful people. 100%, Heather, 100%. And that's okay. I like it like that. I'm not complaining at all. Ever, ever, ever. Because it keeps me going. It keeps me on my toes. And it keeps me up to date. Because there are things that I will forget that I'm looking for, and things like that. You just have no clue. And that is so right, Swifter. My wife is the most amazing woman on this planet. No offense to the rest of you guys. But she is the most amazing woman on this planet as far as I'm concerned. I love her with all my heart and soul. She is the love of my life, you guys. She supports me throughout all of this. She helps with, she has 2 psychology degrees. She helps me in some senses with that. But again, not just her. All the other people that are in here that support me, you have no clue. I could not do this without these guys. None of them. Nor would I even attempt to. Thank you so much for that, Swifter. Super chat's amazing, and I appreciate that so very much. Absolutely, Miss Victoria. No, not even remotely, Sherry. I absolutely appreciate it. I may not get to it all right away, but I do appreciate it. I do. Because I try to take my time and go through everything. That way I get every bit of it the right way. So never. I will let you know. And I appreciate you so very much as well. Yeah, 100%, Heather. It's never too much for me. I'm grateful for every bit of it. And again, there's that list. Thank you again. Very much, Brandy. War Eagle got cameras at my I mean, it would make some sense, right? 100%. Yes, Brandy drops them left and right. I mean, all of them do, and I'm beyond appreciative. I know everybody says this, but I personally feel that I have the very best team this side of YouTube. I don't care what anybody says. I feel that I do. Other creators can say whatever they want, and that's okay. I know how I feel about me and what I have going on here. So we all have one thing in common with you. We all love and care about you too more than you know. Thank you. And I appreciate that, Victoria, from the bottom of my heart. I really do. And I've realized, how can I say it? I've realized over the past 6 months, maybe, how much the people in this community actually do care about me. I've had some issues with some people that I found that they don't. Okay. But that's okay. You know, not everybody's going to, but there's so many people in here that do truly wholeheartedly care about me and my family, which is very rare. And that is what is important to me. They are what is important to me. All of you are what is important. And that is what I'm saying, guys. It's amazing to me that I am able to put a community together like this with so many amazingly wonderful people. It's crazy. Um, I appreciate that too, Sarah. And I hope everybody feels that way here when they come in here. Well, hello from Indiana, Miss Courtney. Thank you for being here. She's working kind of late today, Melissa. That's why she hasn't been in, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, does do that a lot now. All right, let me get some things up here and moving. Hold up, guys. I gotta fix something now because I just messed it up. 1 second. There's another one. Miss Zelda just popped in here. She's always here when she can be, and she just started a new job, and she's still in here. Okay, that's what I'm saying, guys. It's crazy to me. Dago's talking directly to me. You're a trip, Kimberly. And I love you just as much too. Every one of you guys, and I appreciate all that you guys do for this channel. Like I said, guys, I would not exist if it wasn't for all of you. I hope you all know that. All right, let me see something here real quick. Okay, I have another interview that dropped yesterday in regards to Sebastian's case. I don't know if you guys saw it. Sebastian Rogers. But I want to show it to you real quick here. Chronicles of Olivia went there and physically interviewed them. I kind of wanted to give you guys that update on that. Every bit of it, each interview that we've seen could absolutely be different, folks. It just depends on what we see in here. I'm gonna throw this here too. This one's not very long at all, so we'll check this out real quick.
A 15-year-old who vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th of 2024. He vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast. It's funny like that.
Can you recap the overall
Thank you,
story
Josie.
of Sebastian's disappearance? Kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing.
Hey, Teresa.
We got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning.
All right, ladies, now let's not fight. I love you all equally and so very much.
Family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
I know you're just teasing. And thank you so much, Swifter,
We
again.
went and picked up our niece.
Yes,
Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley.
It's all good, Kimberly.
And then from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he went here. What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling? To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, "I can't find him." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "He's not in this effing house. I can't find our son." And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, "Go back to the house. They're on their way." And I drove back to the house. And
Yeah, I know, Victoria. It sucks.
20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And
yeah, this interview is a lot different than the last two were. She's very much more talkative, Katie is, and just a lot more interactive than normal. So it's interesting.
also when we were driving up here, this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever walked away before, or has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is
angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And what are your theories? I'm sure your mind is thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
what I can tell you is with all law enforcement,
Sorry, guys.
involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at.
Some kind of a glitch happened. I'm sorry about that.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's
really trying not to go down that road because we're gonna find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
I just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything?
Thank you, Brandy. Those
that
are
you can
interesting.
possibly
Thanks
learn?
very much.
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately. And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI News link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. That's
around this neighborhood and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, yeah.
That's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh, God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion that we love you, miss you, we want you home. If you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness because, you know, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone can see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? You know, it is amazing because in the past couple of weeks, you've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old, 6'4" or 7" college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. Like, that's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how? So
It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Do you guys receive hate on the internet?
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day. People are people, and they have their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know, or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can promise you, every single parent has been vetted. I can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing to that. We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand,
Have a great day, Lily. Thank you so much for tuning in.
These folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks. But I have told them all online, if you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try.
That is good copy.
Very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's three parents and there's thousands and millions of people that may have a question. We are trying to get to them, I promise you.
How has your guys' life been affected by that? Like, I know it's a broad question, but what's like when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning, your routine is what it is, you know, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, you know, and you try to make it a positive thing.
With the fact that my son's still not born.
You know, we have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stance or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah.
Okay. This interview, I don't know, Chris seems uncomfortably nervous to me. This is the first time I've seen this. I mean, I'm not trying to be judgmental, but in this interview, I'm getting an uncomfortably nervous feeling from him. Now, I don't know if that's just me, but that's kind of what I've gathered from this thus far from him. I've never seen him act this way before. This is weird. I don't know. I don't even know how to take that right this moment. I found, by the way, something strange on his Facebook account. Thank you to somebody else that she knows who she is. It could be April. That could be what it is. But he just seems uncomfortably. Yeah. I mean, AG, a couple of people, you're right. It could be that he's not comfortable not having full control of the situation because that's what he's used to. I'm not downgrading him or disrespecting him by any means or even accusing anything. Okay. It just seems, he seems off from compared to the other interviews he's done. Uncomfortable and nervous. You know what I'm saying, guys? It's just, that's my take. Hello, Jillian. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Can only imagine what Riley's parents are going through because their child is missing. You have a missing child also. So there's no imagining. You should know what they're doing through. Thank you. Good point there, Jillian. Great stuff. Hunter, yeah, he's definitely off from the other interviews. Different in a way. I don't like I said, he feels uncomfortable and nervous. Okay, just saying. Letitia stuff. Okay, harsh one. That's interesting.
Share, look, pay
Be
attention.
vigilant. You know, and we don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are
Good point,
listen
Willows.
and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant,
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
you never know. But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. You know, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group, and that's why, as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So,
how can people help?
What's up, guys? Thanks for joining us tonight.
Far and wide, multiple communities, counties, various people, some people in other states reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked. They're constantly looking. They're constantly giving us ideas.
Hey, cat lady.
What about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
It doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts and report all the things that are positive. Any ideas that may help. Trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. If you know something, say something. Chronicles of Olivia.
And I do talk to these folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are.
Now, I've watched multiple interviews. I've been involved. I've been respectful, so on and so forth. And I'm going to say that. Okay. I'm still trying to be respectful. Something's different with this. Something is a little off. And like I said, I found something that's slightly disturbing on his Facebook today. I mean, it may not have anything to do with anything, but it takes my mind in a different direction. Okay. It's something he subscribes to, I believe. Now, I also have some other stuff I'm going to pull up and show you here in a few minutes once we go back to this part again.
They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks. But I have told them online, if you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them, I promise you.
How has your guys' life been affected by that? Like, I know it's a broad question, but what's like when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Miserable, to be honest with you.
And that is what I've been saying about her for a while now. Where is she? She keeps going into these zone outs, like I've been saying in every interview. He's here. Now it could just be that she's kind of in shock and she feels horrible. Her child's I can't imagine how I'd feel. She keeps going into these like she's leaving. Do you know what I'm saying? I hate to say it that way, but that's the only way I can put it. Like she's not staying here with this during this interview, and she's out there in some senses. You know what I mean? Um, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Leslie and Billy.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning, your routine is what it is, you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single
Very possibly, April.
trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
It's a good point, Alex.
That's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart.
That's not completely true. Okay. There are differences, I'll be honest with you. But the main reason this case is so close to my heart right now is because this child right here is almost a carbon copy of the child you see running around behind me. Almost. Minus a couple tiny little things. They are almost the same child. There's 2 years difference legally. Sebastian's 15, my child's 17. They're almost identical, even to the point where they get up in the middle of the night and do different things. Everything, they're the same child, okay? That's what I'm saying. Like there are a lot of children that are like this that are a lot alike. There are differences because each person has their own personality. But that's something that he said that once before that kind of bugged me a little bit because I can almost call certain things that Sebastian does based on what my child does daily. Okay. That's all I'm saying, guys.
He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He has
exactly, Jing.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yep.
Absolutely, Brand.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you or if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah,
Share, look.
Be vigilant. We don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant.
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
You never know. But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group, and that's why as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So,
how can people help?
This community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide, multiple communities, counties, various people, some people in other states, reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked, they're constantly looking, they're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this. What about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
It doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that
Agreed,
instead of
Alex.
people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts and report all the things that are positive. Any ideas that may help, trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. If you know something, say something. Chronicles of a
Okay, this was posted from Robin Rogers, which is, sorry guys about the muting, which is Seth's mother, Sebastian's grandmother. Okay, this is the lady that had issues with Chris at some point, I guess. Okay. And she says, first and foremost, here, let me show you guys. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for their prayers, especially to those who have put boots on the ground looking for my grandson. I see a lot of people thinking that things have been manipulated and feeling sorry for the mother and stepdad. The biggest manipulator of information and this whole scenario is Chris Proudfoot. He accuses YouTubers of manipulating info. Well, he's the biggest spinner of all. He thinks that there's three sides to every truth. No, there's not three sides to every truth. There's three sides to every story, but only one side to the truth. I'm so frustrated and so angry. I spoke to my grandson at least 2 times a month and many times in between. He told me a lot of things that I'm sure Chris Proudfoot does not want me to put out there. I have not spoken to TBI at this point. However, I think this will change this week if information is not provided that brings my grandson home. Now, do you see that there? Let's back that part up and listen to this. I have not spoken to TBI at this point. However, I think this will change this week if information is not provided that brings my grandson home. So it almost sounds like she knows that somebody has info that they're not giving to bring him home. Do you see what I'm saying? It's interesting to me. So, it is strange, Heather. I agree. Let's go forward. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth needs to be put out there. When you tell the truth, the whole truth, stories don't change, timelines don't change, facts come out. If you want to feel sorry or sad or bad for someone, think about Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers. Sebastian is his whole life, his reason for being, and maybe you should look into the Katie's background and her family and her history of making and manipulating people to do her bidding. I think you'll find some interesting facts will come out. For now, please just keep Sebastian's name and face out there. Please help to find my grandson. His dad is beside himself and needs some closure. Isn't that interesting? Look into Katie's background and her family and her history of making and manipulating people to do her bidding. Really? How about that, folks? I really felt that comment about nothing will stop us from getting you seem targeted. Good point, Heather. I was watching a channel earlier where Seth and Robin's grandmother, she wrote in the chat. Absolutely. I saw there was an interview last night with Seth. It was a different channel. SRB brought that to me early this morning, and I watched it, and it was kind of interesting. Now, I got one more little piece of this here, guys, I want to show you. It goes along with this. It's quite interesting. I think you guys will find it very, very interesting. Okay. After all that, she said 3 hours after that was she put it in, like, I think an hour after this. There is one thing that I hold on, guys. Sorry about that. There is one thing that I did forget to include in my last post. If you care anything about my son, quit referring to Christopher Proudfoot as Sebastian's dad, father, or parent. Trust me, he's none of any of those. Every time I hear him refer to such, it makes my skin crawl and breaks my son's heart. I had a conversation last night after the show with some people. And this person that I spoke with agreed. I agreed with them as they spoke and said they don't feel that Chris actually has a relationship with Sebastian or has had one. I can say I feel that way too. I do. 100% SRB. Robin wrote in a chat I saw earlier that Sebastian had told her on several occasions he was afraid of his stepdad, and that is something I've known for a minute now. Yes, agreed. Agreed. Something's up here somewhere. Something is that I've said for days, a week, couple weeks, guys. Something's up with this. Something's wrong with this. Something's not right with this, okay? I want to know what the hell it is because I want to know where this kid is. He needs to come home, period. And whatever they know, they need to relinquish that information now. Now. Enough is a damn enough. I'm tired. I mean, I'm tired of worrying about this kid and losing sleep. I feel like these people know something. And I'm just at that point now, like, I gotta know. What do you know? Say something, please. Jesus. Guys, I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for hanging on for a minute. Appreciate you guys very much. So I have a feeling something's up with this, okay? I've held my tongue. I've been respectful. I think they've caused more issues I'll be honest with you. I appreciate the interviews, but I think it's caused more issues than not. Okay, with these two. I do agree and believe Sherry very much so. Yeah, I think it was. I agree. I think it was different than what he said too. Um. Well, guys, I gotta show you. Gotta show you something here real quick. And these things just kind of caught my attention, and kind of I was just like, well, okay. Hold on a minute here. So we go to Christopher Proudfoot's Facebook page, right? That's what's on his cover page, folks. As soon as you click on it, somebody put a question in here about Sarah said that right there. Well, there's that. Nice too. Very nice. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. Okay. Absolutely nothing at all. Seth and Robin also said the stepdad was the one who was behind the nastiness regarding the GoFundMe account set up by. Yes, it was 100%. Christopher's the one that threatened Seth's sister. Okay. So anyway, we scroll down. We look at the photos here. Well, there's a dog and a dog. This is Chris's daughter, I'm guessing, but dogs. Motorcycle, dog. You guys see any pictures of Sebastian? I don't. Okay. Just saying. Moving on. Okay, let's go back up here a little bit. Okay. Let's click on this here. Albums. Profile pictures. Scroll down, dogs. No pictures of Kristen or no pictures of Sebastian. Stepchildren or not. They were all over my Facebook, my MySpace, my wallet pictures, all of that. Let me see here. Back up to the about section. This is something. Okay, Sherry, if you want to drop it in here, we can do that. That's fine. Let's come down here for a minute. There's something I found in here that was a little alarming. Actually, I didn't find it. Doodlebug found it and alerted me to it. And it's very alarming to me. You go to the about section of somebody's Facebook to learn about them, to find out the type of person they are, what they do, who they're in, what they're into, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah. Where was his wife? That's a good point, April. I don't know, but that's there. There's no pictures of his wife, but that's there. Now, I'm not slamming anybody for their own personal, preferences. This coffee is cinnamon toast flavored, by the way. War Eagle, God bless you. I love you. This is amazing. I don't know, Terry. Like Craigslist and Backpage, that run by Kingsters for Kingsters. 5 times he's been married. So this is kind of like a swingers chat thing, like an app. Okay. Once again, I'm not dogging on anybody because of their personal preferences, but I wouldn't have something like this on my Facebook being married. Sorry, that's just me. And if I did any guy, if they did, I would think would try to hide this. I don't know. Yeah, Sherry, if you want to send that to the email, I will pull that up and we'll check that out here in a minute. How to find your first casual encounter. Can't reach this page, huh? I don't know. I wasn't expecting to see something like this. Yeah, I know. I was kind of shocked myself, guys. But like I said, Doodle pointed it out, and I went, really? And especially with what's going on, I think you'd put this away. You know what I mean? Knowing people are going to come in and check you out. That's all I'm saying. Oh, Doodle, Doodle, Doodle. I told you. Yeah, I didn't either. Okay. And it makes me wonder. I was talking to Doodle about this earlier this morning. Is there something going on in the background that did you piss somebody off? Did you make somebody jealous that may want to harm you or upset you by taking your child? I don't think so, Victoria. This is linked, embedded directly in his Facebook account. Okay. You can't just look. I'm going to show you something. Watch how I do this. Okay. I'm not saying this makes him a bad person, you guys. Don't get me wrong. I was just shocked to see that this was here because you know people are going to be looking at you. There's nothing posted here about. Okay, here we go. 5 days ago, these pictures are put in here. 5 days ago. You see, they were added 5 days ago. They weren't here before that. Okay. A man's cry for help. He may not cry for help, but if you listen to the music he plays, how fast he drives, and how hard he tries to work the pain away, you'll hear the scream of a dying man. That's an interesting post, folks. February 14th. Read that. Let me read that again. This is from February 14th. A man's cry for help. He may not cry for help, but if you listen to the music he plays, how fast he drives, and how hard he tries to work the pain away, you'll hear the scream of a dying man. Who else feels like this? For a long time, I did myself. Okay. I don't know what's going on with them, guys. It sounds like a personal thing. We're all here for you and your family. This is so true. I have noticed lately how fast the number shrinks every day. Reality that every man needs to realize before it's too late. That was March 7th. March 3rd, we have pictures of Sebastian. February 26th, the endangered child alert goes up. Please help however anyone can. Day 4 of Sebastian. Man, oh man, let the comments fly. This is a great clip. Calling all my boys. I don't have many, but hey, maybe I do. I am doing a non-blood brother check and showing support for one another. I need men to repost, okay? This is the crane that he operates, folks. This is what he does for a living. These are type thing, okay? So anyway, there's all that, but anyway, let me go back to Victoria to show you what I was going to do. Okay. Of course, he was in the Navy. Now come back up to the about thing. Click on that and then scroll down here. These are all connected to his account and they've been here. Okay. Snow Ice, Exotic Strain. He's got these pictures of different women and stuff. Okay. So be it. Let's see all real quick. There's another one over there. That lady. Hearts in Harmony, LLC. Okay. That's a therapist thing. The rest of these things are kind of just like, links or that you can connect with other things or people with. Typical standard things a lot of people will have, right? Except for Extreme Exotics. I think that's like a vehicle thing. Kinky ads. It's like a car club thing, Heather. It's not like Mafia. Hold on a minute. I'll show you. Like this here, I think. Okay, it's like exotic animals. This guy's greatness is a real, he's like a religious person. I kind of follow him too. He's into animals, snakes, stuff. Angels and Outlaws, Street Team. Where'd that thing go you're looking at here? The hell? Where'd it go? The Father's Rights Movements. Gary Sinise Foundation. I don't know. I don't see it, but I think it. So let's back up here. All right. So it's there. It's not hacked. It's part of the thing. All right. Craigslist and Backpage, but run by Kinksters or Kinksters. That's the kind of stuff that's in there, photo-wise, followers, more. Let's see. Videos, live music, check-in, sports, blah, 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 so on and so forth. All the stuff that it has about. Okay. Hold on a minute. It's a free adult personals network for casual hookups. Yeah, I saw the Disney thing. So a casual, like I said. And then if you scroll down through here, Kink Ad Swingers Talk Show. True story of a woman seeking a casual encounter after divorce. Author Kink Ads. There are lots on here, on there. Of course, like any site, men outnumber the women. What state are you in? Damn, so far I think I'm the only female. There's a lot on here. Gary, Texas, blah, blah. Okay, so these are just like personal things. I just was taken aback, guys, by this. Again, I'm not judging this person. But it's something that we caught this morning, and like, hey, now what you got going on, bro? You know, again, personal stuff is personal stuff. So I agree with that, but you should have put this away, dude. You knew the whole world was going to be looking at you. Okay, put it away. Why didn't you put it away, bro? Unless you're not trying to hide it. And if that's the case, then okay. But still, this is so crazy. Nothing like being nude in your favorite. Here's the foolproof reason you should always send the first message on dating apps. So we heard Katie say she's not on any dating apps and never has been. Well, she may not be, but it seems to be that he is. Because I went and checked her Facebook after this, and she don't have this. Didn't have anything like this on there. I'm just saying, guys, this is strange to me. Yeah, it's definitely not put here by hacking, guys. This is an actual link that somebody had to download. It's a professional thing, okay? Free casual encounter posting site for the kink community. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Just saying, guys. Just saying. Yes, ma'am. I just thought it was something that was interesting. We're looking at everything we are. We're trying to figure out where this child could be. Now, the reason why this became important to me, okay? I don't know what you're doing in your personal life, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care. I don't. But one, it kind of shows the character in some senses. I agree with that. Okay. Things can happen when you're involved in stuff like this where people can get jealous or upset or something can go back and forth, and maybe something was misconstrued or something. And it made me wonder, did he upset somebody? Did he piss somebody off? Was there something going on that he was doing and he backed out of it or changed his mind and upset somebody, and now they're trying to upset him? You see what I'm saying? That's all I meant. And that's the only point I'm trying to make with that. It threw me off, folks. Really threw me off. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to judge anybody for their personal preferences by any means. When you have a situation going on where your child is missing, you have to look at every option that's out there. 100%, Victoria. The main focus is finding Sebastian, period. That's it. That's why I looked at this, because say, for instance, he had something where he started another relationship with somebody and they did. They showed something about swingers, but maybe they did. Okay. And then they ended that situation and somebody else got upset about that. I'm going to hurt you. Do you see what I'm saying? I want to hurt you now. What's the best way to hurt somebody? You hit them low by hitting them, by trying to hurt their family. That's where my thought went on that thing. That's all, you guys. That's a good point, AG. That's all. Val Leonardo, thank you for joining. That, thank you, right there. Hell hath no far fury when a woman is scorned. That's kind of where I was going with that. Deb Mosser, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Will the stepdad and mom have to pay child support when the dad takes custody? I don't know. And I brought that up before, Deb. I would imagine that however that works, they would have to switch it up. I agree. Absolutely. So let me grab this here, guys, for you. Give me 1 second here. I just wanted you guys to see this because I try to show you guys everything that I can find on these things. And this is kind of important. This case is super important to me and has been. And like I said last night when I was talking to this person, I agree with this person. I don't feel that Chris has had a real relationship with Sebastian. I just don't. For some reason, something tells me that he doesn't. That I can agree with. This footage is care of Terry Lynn. This was put up last night. SRB showed me this morning. Miss Sherry just dropped a link in here for us. Check this out. Thank you both for that.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mayor.
This is Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father.
I don't know anything about that. Are you aware of this here? Because I'm not.
Why are the parents now trying to
That's
tie
okay.
Sebastian to
Yeah,
the garbage he put out that night?
This is
his,
this is his father, the stepfather. If that's what they're putting out, I'm not aware of that.
I take it cats from Napa, Florida. No, that would be Napa Valley. That's California.
Yeah, she's yes, Napa Valley. She's in California. Yeah, and then Kat's in California. Yeah, I knew that somebody said something. What they said it again today. I knew that they had suspended by looking in a trash can. I don't know. I didn't make any sense. I don't know what they said today. Probably a lot of stuff today.
No, Victoria, he's not on social media at all.
They're focusing on all the wrong things and not doing the right thing, and that's actually looking for this young man that is supposed to be her son, his son right here. You know, they should say his name is Sebastian.
Thank you, Zelda. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but every interview that I have watched thus far with those two, I've not heard either one of them say his name. Something's up. All right, I'm gonna play this now.
Okay, let's see. It is heartbreaking. Thank you.
Boy, my son here at my house, about as close to hiding would he would be under his bed with a flashlight and a book. Which the way his bedroom was set up, you know, I could be at the door and see him. He's just underneath his bed reading the book or playing on the Switch under the bed. But he never hid. He never tried to hide from me.
I'll answer that. You don't have to. From what I read, and I did read this, he wrote it out. He said he did take one and he passed. He said that to someone. I think the person was Fifi or something, and he said, and I passed. And then he recanted on that later on down the road, and he changed the whole story altogether, all over again. So he can't. The story's not consistent, and if you are telling the truth, your story never changes. If you're not telling the truth, your story's all over the board. The story's everywhere. don't know anything about that. Yeah, he
Jennifer,
used to.
positivity. I'm hoping that they're just not sharing and they're building a case and they're doing something to find my son.
Amen. Seth Hoffman, Sebastian like to hide. That wasn't that right there, that he was a runner actually in the beginning as well. That was said in the beginning. Hello, sweet Jody. That was also stated in the beginning. They never mentioned if he was verbal or not in the beginning. A lot of things they did not tell us in the beginning. We had to dig for ourselves.
I don't know, Miss Lady McGillicuddy. Normally doesn't speak much about them. When he comes with me on the weekend, we have things we're gonna do. We play Magic the Gathering, we play Dungeons and Dragons, and we like to go out to go fishing. We like to go out to eat. You know, the weekends go by so fast.
No, Victoria, I haven't. For those of you that just popped in, hi Molly, Kels. This is Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father. Did this interview last night on this channel here, and I appreciate the fact that she put this out.
Dropping the ball, yes. And I'm gonna say that's a TBI.
Channel's name is Kaylin. If we want to drop that link for anybody, and I really appreciate that she did this interview.
Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That means a lot. Thank you. If we feel this helpless, I can only imagine what you were going through. Oh my God. Thank you, Kat.
All right, Molly.
2 years that I know that they've been married. I don't know how long they've been together. Maybe you can answer that one.
They've been together since before me and were divorced.
He answered it. How did his
Did you hear that? He said that they've been together since before him and Katie were divorced.
on now? They are failing, and I said that myself.
Thank you, Sharon.
I did say that. Crazy cat mom. Yes, thank you again, Chloe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Cosmic. Thank you. Thank you. Kentucky's great. Thank you. Let's see. They said it today. Oh my God. So he took the garbage out. Yeah.
We'll talk to you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Seth. I don't see if there's any more. Oh, thank you, Miss Robin, and thank you, Seth, and I appreciate it. And we'll get what we talked about. We'll get together on that and get it planned out.
You should be able, well, Shane Allen, you should be able to go to the TBI website and download the poster for him.
Mm-hmm.
Not as of yet, B. We're still
You can
looking
copy it from the
into
yes.
that situation a little bit
I'll
more.
go get the link and I'll get the link. Hello, my sweet Jody. I'll get the link. I'll get that link and I'll make sure.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, Mom.
Thank you,
so
Miss
I
Robin.
agree.
And if you need anything, you've got my number. Call me anytime. Seth, you know you have my number. You can call me anytime. I don't care what time it is.
Absolutely.
Wait,
Yes,
hold on just one quick second, Seth. Let's
Yes.
see if I can find it. I'm looking to see if I can get your questions. I'm looking to see. David, okay. Seth, it says praying for you as well as the safe return of Sebastian. Did you only communicate any way other than by telephone? Did you use any other technology to communicate with your son?
No, this phone.
Okay, just the phone. Let me find out. I'm looking for one more question. I'm looking. I don't see another one.
Fred, I can answer that. I was homeless in California when she filed and accused me of child abuse during our divorce. And my son literally made the comment that he'd rather live with me in a car than his mom. My son has been waiting to move in with me ever since I left California and got here.
That's interesting.
Amen.
I agree, Kitty Cat.
Hello, sweet Michelle. Yep. Hello, Claudia. Yeah, David. I don't see
Yeah,
another one.
Victoria, I do
Any
remember.
question you have, I'll send it to him.
I'm catching up to where you were just at.
Yeah, I'm looking to see where I'm looking, but David, I only seen the one. Yeah, he knows it. He has my number, and I told him at any point he can call me anytime. Y'all hear my cat? I know he's sorry, but he gets involved into everything. This is part of his show too. He said, That's why he jumps right up here. Hello, Rebel. He jumps right up here and gets in the business. Yeah. And everything and emotion that he's showing right here, this is not fake. It's not. I mean, I wished it could be. I wish this was.
Cooler Adventures. I don't know if Chris has family in Portland or not. I believe I have your information, Chloe. I will probably reach out to you tomorrow.
Yes, just keep them in your prayers. Like he said, Fred, I don't know if he knows if there have been any searches there in Portland. When was the last time that you spoke to Sebastian on the phone? Do you recall?
I spoke to him Thursday before he disappeared.
That would be the. Can I ask if did he sound? Did he sound in any way? Did he sound different? Was he himself? Was he happy? Was he sad? Was he?
He sounded like a typical teenager that had homework and chores to do after school. Like he wasn't happy that he had to do homework. And I completely understand. I mean, I never liked having to do homework, so I can relate.
I can agree to that. Was it a lengthy conversation, Seth, or was it just like a short conversation and I'll see you soon?
It was the Thursday before that weekend his mama had him. So I don't call on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday because I don't like to interrupt their weekend together. But it was about 3 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes, somewhere in between there. It was my normal conversations with him. Call him up, hey, how was school? It was okay. Okay, were you in trouble or anything? Did you get in trouble? Did you have a good day?
And if you guys didn't catch it, what SRB's saying here, responding to Victoria, yes, he was in the chat. He had no desire to go on panel with stepmom, was how I took it. He even made the statement that Chris tried to get him, called him to said, hey, do you want to join us for this call? He said no, because in that Seth referenced the fact that this isn't helping finding Sebastian. Just saying, guys.
You know, what did you do? Learn anything new? You know, most of the time I get the no. Like,
now I want to explain to you guys something else too. Cluminati was in here last night. She had been there going around different things, places and stuff. They had a conversation with Seth at the construction site. They ran into him. They met him, shook his hand, talked to him. They gathered, based on what I heard last night, what she said in here. Seth, Chris, and Katie, in between that it's not so clean and clear and crispy cut like Chris is making it out to be between these three. Okay. That's all I'm going to put it at that point. So.
The same question you asked me yesterday, Dad. And it's like, I know, I'm Dad. I'm going to do this. You know? Yeah. Said he didn't have any homework. I think he said he had no homework and that he chores to. Something he didn't want to be bothered. It's like, but I understand that.
I agree with you. I get it. I do get it. I get it.
No, Fred, not that I know of. Portland is, I think, a couple counties away.
No, it's from where they reside.
I mean, I'm in Montgomery County, so in order
Well,
for me to
but
get to
yeah,
Henderson,
from you, yes.
And that's what this is, folks. This is not a personal vendetta. This is not a attack. This is not being disrespectful. We're trying to find Sebastian. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about anybody's personal issues. I don't care about anybody's anything, folks. I care about Sebastian Rogers, where he's at and why he's not home with his parents. That's what I care about, okay? And that's all I care about. And I will look at and perceive anything I need to make that make sense, to make this math add up, to get to this child, to bring him home. It's that important to me. That's all. That's all there is. Nothing more, nothing less, guys. Period. That's why I look at all these things, why I feel a certain way about some things. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more.
yeah,
Did he have any bedwetting issues?
not at my house.
Not at his home. No, not at his home. Let's see.
100%, Sherry.
Real quick. Oh God, that's up to you to answer that one if you feel like it. If he loved.
That's a great question, by the way, because I've had that same question.
Yeah. It's a little weird. Oh gosh, when you were with his mother, did you ever speak for 3 hours at a time on the phone straight?
Not after we were together. When we were dating, I would talk to her on my way to work if she was up, or I would talk to her on my way home for an hour away. So,
Good point, Kelly.
That was that.
no, David.
Let's see. Yeah, and here's the right there. There is to get that poster right there. Anybody that would like to get that, there it is, right there. Nobody likes homework. There's the link right there.
Do you ask David Bryan where is he at in Georgia?
David, Brian, where are you at in Georgia, if you don't mind me asking? Let's see. They have. Yes, thank you again, Chloe. Thank you.
Disappeared.
No, not at his home. Let's see. An interview that was put out.
So, you know, I don't know the ins and outs. Okay, Vanessa. What type of classes? He was in the Why We Try program, which is pretty much it's like it's everybody in the general class would get, 30 questions. He would get like 20. They would have 45 minutes to answer it. He would have an hour. So they gave him less questions and more time to solve it out. Butterfly Girl.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to back up just for 1 second. Welcome, Denise Tatillo. Thank you for joining us tonight.
He's sorry, but he gets involved into everything. This is part of his show too. He said that's why he jumps right up here. Hello, Rebel. He jumps right up here and gets into business. Yeah, and everything and emotion that he's showing right here. This is not fake. It's not. I mean, I wish it could be. I wish this was.
Fuller Adventures. I don't know if Chris has family in Portland or not. I believe I have your information, Chloe. I will probably reach out to you tomorrow.
That was that.
No, David. Fuller Adventure. I don't know if he would be fast himself. Treat my son like he had a disability. I knew that once he was an adult, people weren't going to treat him like he had a disability. So why would I treat him like he had a disability?
Agreed for you. Has he ever left with a friend without telling anyone?
No.
He's done that. No. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's see.
Margin? I sure hope so.
Me too. Let's see. Yeah, we know that one.
T Cherry F? I have no idea.
Amen, Angel. Agree.
Thank you for the hard work.
No place like home, that's for sure.
Toto said he took my slippers.
Continue prayers. Let's see. Agree.
Lady McGillicuddy, I wear Coke bottle lenses. Thank God, it's technology. They don't weigh that much.
Murfreesboro.
I would say that. Well, he puts on his glasses every time he gets up out of bed.
What's the best way we can support you, sir?
Give flyers out to find one.
Okay. We're on that. Okay, let's see. I'll just be honest. I'm so pissed over this precious boy situation. I can't even keep a train of thought most of the time. Justice for Sebastian. I agree on that. Seth, did you say Chris didn't come back from Memphis until law enforcement started asking questions?
Yes.
The dog barked when the stepdad did an interview. Yes, it did do that. I heard that myself. Yet no dog was barking that night as me concerned, which I've mentioned this. I pray for a miracle and ask for Sebastian Rogers to be returned to his dad. Amen. Yes, I've got that on my community wall on my channel. It'll take you directly to it, and you can donate right to that, and he would appreciate support, any support that you can give. He's not going to stop. I don't think any of us are.
Hi, Miss Karen.
I don't know if you want to comment on that right there.
Which one?
The locks on the home.
Time that I've been there, the door's never been shut because people are there.
Take care, Vicky Harris. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
You're there all day. I think
Appreciate you. God bless.
Really don't remember. I mean, I was there. I'm so exhausted. I know that I fell asleep in my truck in front of the driveway, and I vaguely remember him coming in with his hazards on and rolled into the thing. I really don't remember.
Do you know William Daly? He goes by Billy.
Sounds familiar.
I agree, Angel. Completely agree. So the doors don't automatically lock. They say it's a keypad lock. A house key to both.
I know that his house key for here was in the top drawer on his dresser.
You know, the bus stop. The bus stop might have been right outside the subdivision. I don't know.
Bus stop was right in front of their house.
Oh gosh, he got a better ride. Does he have any particular mannerisms or stems that may stand out with stand out with possibly helping to spot him? My son has Asperger's and has some distinct stems.
He likes it. Well, when he runs, he Naruto runs.
And can we correct his weight? He's
Agreed,
not
Terry.
120
That's
pounds.
true.
No, he's like 106, maybe 108. I mean, I don't know what it is now.
Fish, the phone was at home, and they've already asked if he had a burner phone, and I don't believe that he had one that I'm aware of. Let's see. Oh gosh, they keep asking the same question. I don't know why they would not want him around Chris's daughter. I have no idea, and I don't know if he does either. And I don't even know. Huh?
Chris drives a truck.
He drives a truck. Okay. Let's see. They're asking about. Let's see if you want to elaborate on why they don't want him or Sebastian around Chris's daughter, which I'm not aware of this. Hello, Claudia. Yeah, I don't know if that even pertains to anything, to be honest.
I don't know. When Sebastian's here, he faced.
Jillian, he was in regular school, but he took, he was in public mainstream schools, but he was also in, because he had an IEP and or a 504 program because of the autism, he was in special classes once or twice a day that he would get one-on-one time with other teachers. But mainstream, 100%.
FaceTime straight for a long time.
I mean, I don't even know. Does he? I'm not going to say what I was about to say. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Can he be around her? I mean, not Sebastian, but I'm saying, does he even see his own daughter? There you go. They're in a court battle here. I don't even know if he sees his own child. So I don't know why anybody would worry about that. No, you're fine, Angel. You're fine. Let's see. Oh, it does. It does, especially when somebody's a control freak, in my opinion. Yeah, he is the respondent. She's the petitioner, and he's the respondent.
I have no idea. So
I'll answer it. I'm answering it. I answered it.
Exactly, Sherry.
Any more questions? This poor man has probably slept 2 hours, and he's doing a damn good job. And plus, he's been looking for his child. Plus, he's been cleaning. And that side by side, next time they better offer it. It did change, actually. There's a different date on that. Because I don't want to keep him all night. I don't. But when you tell me when you're ready, let's see. What kind of truck? I don't know. Was it a Chevy truck? I think that he drives a Chevy truck. I don't know exactly.
One big enough to tow that fifth boat that we got. It's bigger than my truck. I don't have anything to prove.
No, this is just a dad. Listen, he's just a dad that wants his baby back. That's all it is. He's the dad that wants his baby back. That's it. We're here to try to figure out what we can. And at least we have somebody that's honest. Thank you, Fish, because it is.
Exactly, Jillian.
And that is one of my questions. Thank you, Fish. I really appreciate that. Fish, you're showing you have a heart, man. You're coming around with that heart. Because that was one of my questions I did ask, but when you're locking down a phone, why would a teenager want a phone that's locked down? I wouldn't want nothing to do with that phone.
Yes, Fooler.
I'm going to try, Deb.
True. It's a fact. Yeah.
Well, my whole point is, why would you get a smartphone if you're just going to lock down the internet anyways?
Yeah.
I was going to get him a flip phone. If she went and got him a smartphone, I was going to get him a phone he could call, take pictures, and he could play Snake.
Let's see. I'm going to read you some of these things. Let's see.
Thank you, Gigi.
Well, they treat him like that he's not allowed to actually do anything, to be honest. Like he's stuck in a home. Let me just grab some of these real quick, and I'll run through what I do have.
I'm definitely going to be trying to do that, Deb.
He says that he knew about 3 vigils. One that they didn't attend was because of law enforcement agencies they were dealing with. The second one because of the security reasons. The third one because they did not know about it. They weren't informed. And it was where the bio father lives. Let's see.
Huh? I don't know what you...
Yeah, I'm just reading some answers that were given by stepdad.
That's right. I mean, typically TBI doesn't clear anybody.
I agree.
Until until the investigation is done.
Correct.
The investigation will be done after Sebastian is found.
Let's see, what else do we have here? He would not answer anything about the door locks. He said his dogs were trained, they were on a schedule, and that they have potty pads and trays in their pens. Let me see what else we have here. He did say that he had been away, and the last time that he had seen Sebastian was in the first part of February. How true that is, I don't know. I don't believe it. Anything else that snuck up and struck out at me? Not a lot. Wouldn't elaborate on the security of the home because he actually was acting like he had security at the home. Let's see, we got airdrop flowers. Hello, DR Boston. I got the polygraph part. And that's probably about it right there. And then, of course, he's been arguing with people. I'm going to read all that. And that's what he has spent his time doing. Actually, is arguing with people. He is so ignorant that when asked if Sebastian was on any nighttime or medication that would cause him to be sleepy, they can't answer that because of HIPAA. Wow. Well, yeah, that's not true. Do you know what methods they've used to search her home? I know the dogs, but any other methods?
Dogs, officers, they've been in the house like 10 to 12 times.
Any forensic searches that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware.
About anything else? Do you find this statement here odd? The idea that someone hurt Sebastian and threw him into a wet, fresh paved driveway is funny. To bury a body in concrete, it would need to be at least 12 inches thick. Secondly, you have to smooth out the concrete and finish it before it's dried. All of that is done while the concrete is poured and being set.
I have no idea, Fuller.
That was said by CP.
No, I was answering Fuller's question.
That was a strange question to me.
Yeah,
Or a
I've
strange
never heard
statement.
that. I agree. Great. Stepfather did. Did Donna give you any insight?
No,
No.
and she hasn't reached back out to me either.
Hello, Juju. Let's see. And here it is. Chris states he took and passed the polygraph. It says, have you both taken polygraph tests?
Yes, Heather.
And if so, what were the results? Thank you. Fufu. This is Chris responding. Yes, and the results are passed. His words. Welcome, Susie. Let's see. Which I find odd. He says Sebastian did not have any friends because of his situation with autism. He wasn't ever alone in school for kids to do the things mentioned below, meaning bully him and such. Oh, he thinks a lot of things are funny, which I don't find anything that he says funny.
Medikuye Seth is a deputy sheriff.
He's smug. And that's just, yeah. Let's see. Anything else I see on here? Nothing more that I see. Let's see. CP said on an interview they've been cleared. No, they have not. They've not been cleared. Not been cleared. Have you been cleared? I mean, I would say Seth's more cleared than anybody. That's my opinion.
TBI hasn't cleared anybody.
Thank you. And you are in law.
Did everybody hear that? TBI has not cleared anyone. Nobody's cleared. That's kind of important, folks. And Chris and Katie are saying that they've been cleared. No.
Enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. See, I have transcript from last night. Okay, for the record, somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes, I didn't specify who or when. See, that's two different things in the same. Agree, Sarah. Agree. Yeah, major deflection. There's a lot of deflection. Is there any reason the number of shoes Sebastian owns is so secretive, according to Katie?
I have no idea.
I agree, Liz. Let them keep talking. I have no idea, nor do I know why it's so important to say you're not in trouble. The doors are locked. He was making breakfast. You would have passed him if that were the case. Yeah. Any other questions? Seth, have you taken a poly? Not that you need to, just trying to narrow down. Well, he was offered. He said earlier he was offered and or he offered and they didn't need it, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Also, how do they know the number of shoes? But insist he wasn't wearing a sweatshirt, possibly two. One of 3 different shirts. Let's see. He did state that. Let's see. Have the dogs ever got out at night? He didn't live in the home. Yes, he did speak in past tense in that video. He did. And I have played that. I hope they have more than we think. I pray they have more than we think. If not, then we're screwed. I pray they do. I do. Let's see. I think some of the hand, talking about the holding hand one, where they're doing the tapping. Are you good, Seth?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to use the bathroom.
I was making sure you're good. If you're getting tired, you let me know.
What's up, buddy?
I know
I've been tired for weeks. I'm just reading these. No, Angel.
They've claimed that his glasses are not there. They can't find them, so they're guessing he took his glasses with him. Cat lady.
I have not taken a polygraph. Volunteered.
Yeah, he all,
There's our mama bear.
That I didn't need to.
well, that was my question, Angel, but I didn't get to ask it. Did Sebastian ever, I mean, I don't know if I can ask you this, but did Sebastian ever tell you that he was being mistreated?
No, he never did.
Okay.
Seth, I came in late. Have you talked about Sebastian's favorite songs? I haven't. Because the list is, it literally, I have 4 lists that are mixes on my YouTube for all of his favorite songs. Everything from country music, and when I say country music, I'm talking about Merle Haggard, Willie Nelson, Hank Williams Sr., Hank Williams Jr., all the way to hip hop. I mean, I try to stay away from letting him listen to certain songs that have bad things in them, things that children shouldn't be doing.
She did speak in the past tense. I do have that.
And now, if you guys remember the first interview that they brought out on Dutch's channel, Chris said that they don't let him listen to hip hop. And then Katie said, well, he doesn't really like that. Steph just said it goes from country to hip hop. Again, let's stop pretending to be certain types of people. Just put it out there, be honest. Your kid listens to it, he listens to it. My son listens to it. I may not like it, but he listens to it sometimes. Okay. Stop putting this fake facade out. It's what I'm starting to see.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to play the, let me see.
I would like to believe that he would, Fuller. I mean, my son liked Meatloaf. He liked Queen. I mean, he liked AC/DC. But he also liked Clave de Monde, which they do. I mean, they did all the songs for Lord of the Rings.
All that's been done, Juju.
I was told that they have pulled records. They did ping everyone, and I talk to them every day or every other day.
Well, I mean, hold on. This doesn't bother you, I'll do it. Hold on. You tell me if it bothers you. That's that video that I told you I did do.
Wow. Okay, Fuller Adventures. That's okay.
Oh, shit. Excuse my language.
Katie could be a swinger. I've known Katie since she was 12 years old. Started dating when she was 18. I'm 10 years older than her, and I never knew her to be a swinger.
Did you hear that? He's never known her to be a swinger. Well, we just saw this stuff on his Facebook, so you know.
Where did that question come from? Now, guarantee I don't know her now. I'm not involved in her private life, you know. And I didn't even know there was a Ring Wi-Fi jammer, Fred, so I couldn't tell you if Katie would own one or not.
Absolutely, Doodle.
I mean, to be honest with you, Ring Wi-Fi jammer sounds like some new type of rock band.
All right, I need to pause this. All right, here we go. I'm going to present this. That way you all can see this. It's a walkthrough.
All right, Fred. I mean, I figured that's what it does. Like, I didn't. I mean, what's up with you? Explain that to me. Seth is his name on Panther.
He just now realized that you're the dad, I think.
Okay.
This is the home. Well, this was when it was on the market.
Absolutely, Josie. And it absolutely can, M-Cause.
Just trying to get a little perspective there that you can see. Sleep apnea. I hope you get to feeling better, Black Hat. I miss you, love you, and thank you for being here. Thank you for prayers, and we're praying for you too. Oh my God. Oh, Susie. That's up to him to answer.
Amen, Doodle.
If he can answer that, I'm gonna let him.
I don't know, Lady McGillicuddy. I do. I have obstructive sleep apnea. I sleep with a CPAP machine.
Would you say she's a heavy sleeper? Or maybe, let's see.
Mine does, Lady McGillicuddy. So Sebastian his bed wasn't made, and from my understanding,
good question.
The sheriffs had already been in there going through stuff.
I will agree, Vanessa. I will agree. No offense, I'm not laughing, but I agree.
I did.
Paula, that's Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. And welcome, by the way, Paula.
No. Allie, I've never seen him sleepwalk.
Correct, Gracie. That's why I just showed that.
Absolutely, Skinny. Bad things can come out of that.
That kitchen is right there. You have to get past that. Not happening. Yes, he has.
If I had social media, I'd probably be pasting my son's picture on every Facebook page that would let me join.
Amen. I mean, and he's answered some of the questions that, I mean, I would think that might be hard at times, but he's answering them and he's hanging in here answering these questions. I mean, he's not running. He's not.
Victoria, listen, hon. I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful. I went to that site separately from his account and looked it up to see how it works. You download it to your account and it shows up, or to your Facebook, and it shows up just like that. It's not hacked. That's on his Facebook, period. Okay? That's all there is to it. If it was hacked, you don't get something like that added to your account from a hack, man. Hon, I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful. You can't do it that way. If it was hacked, they would have taken his info and added it to the account itself, not put it on his account. You see what I'm saying? On his Facebook account. I did the same thing to check it out. It shows up. Doodle was with me when we looked at it as well. That's how you just download it to your account and you go from there. It's a thing. That's his stuff. That's what he's into. I mean, it doesn't make him a horrible person. It's character judgment is all it is in a sense. That's all.
Avoiding. He's answering them. He's not saying contact law enforcement. He's answering them.
And honestly, Victoria, if it was hacked, he'd have taken it off his account already. He's obviously has no issue with it being there because it's still there. And it's been there for quite a while now. If you look at the initiation date for it, it's been there for a minute. So he would have, if it would show up on my account because I was hacked, I would have taken it off. He left it there.
Questions. He's hanging in there.
Exactly. They'll notify you if there's another login device. That's just how it works.
I appreciate all of y'all. If every one of y'all is looking for my son, then you're more eyes than I am by myself.
Amen. And we will continue. Are they talking about the sleep apnea machine?
I think they're talking about
Is it the home security?
what is it? Ring doorbell jammers.
Let me see.
Absolutely, Felicity. I've already got that planned, but thank you.
Do y'all have any tech questions?
Sorry, Paula, you came in after the fact. I showed today on Christopher's Facebook account how he has an account, something called Kinky Ads, which is what it is. It's like a swinger site for things like that. That's what I brought up today, just because it was kind of interesting to see that it was there. And it kind of threw me off, but that's what we're talking about, Paula. It's from Christopher's Facebook account.
Now we do have, Chloe, I'll answer your question in 1 second. We do have an like a Google map that we're using for our flyers. If you distribute flyers, make sure you join the Facebook page, find Sebastian. It's got exclamation points at the beginning and 2 at the end. We're using a Google map system to log every place that we put flyers. That way we're not going back over the same places twice.
I got you, Liz.
And Chloe is, early on, we were told not to actually speak to the media. That's why I didn't. And I mean, I was busy. I mean, they wanted to face to face. I really don't have time for that sort of stuff. Because
Well, he didn't have time. I'll look for you right now. He did not have time because they were asking for a side-by-side for this man to go out and holler for his child. He was the one out there. I know who was out there. He was. But I don't think he got the side-by-side.
I didn't. I drove my truck. You know, when they weren't letting civilians get out and walk, I was included in that. So I was driving around hollering for my son till 11, 12 o'clock at night. Then I would drive back home, get some type of sleep, get up, take a shower, and go back and do it again.
I've been told that. Listen.
Let's see. I'm gonna.
Gotcha, Alex.
All right. If David's here, let me see. He might still be here.
And that's what I said. I would have at least put that away, tucked it,
I don't
let
think
it
it
off,
is
whatever,
security
while this is going on. You know,
I have not seen anything. They won't show it to me.
Yeah, I don't think that he has seen that. Let's see. He's here. Okay. I was going to see if David can again. Because you don't think they pinged the phones, right? Is that what you feel? Is that they have not pinged the phones?
This is Paula. This is pre-recorded from last night. I'm just reviewing it with you guys right now, so we can see Seth's side of different things. I don't have them on here right now, unfortunately.
My understanding, they've taken our phones, they downloaded them, and they traced everything.
Okay. And I'm going to see, because David's got his specialty. David, is there any way? Is there any way that any of that stuff could have been removed if they didn't get the phones right away?
I don't know, Chloe.
I thought he did have it. I think he has your phone number memorized, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
It's a good question, Heather.
Let me see. Let me go back to my things here. Does everybody have iPhones? That was one question.
I have a Droid.
Do they have iPhones, or do you know?
I don't know. I know Sebastian had an iPhone. Probably don't.
Okay. Let me see what else. Looking at my very first random notes that I had. Okay. And that he did mention and say that he had not had any, he was not able to be on his devices. And then he says that they're locked down. So he really can't even use the damn things. So why would he have these devices, really?
So that he can answer the phone when they call.
David, anything you want to throw in here about some of the things that can be done with these GPSs and these phones and routers and things?
I would think my son would call me. If he could get to a phone, I think my son would call me.
I would pray, and I do pray that does happen.
He had no internet access and they had the apps were shut down, so he could text, he could answer and make phone calls, and he could use his calculator and he could take pictures.
And you don't want to say what you think might have happened at all.
I don't know what happened.
Okay.
And I was told not to think by the police department, by the sheriff.
Okay. I just got a message that was asking me, and I wanted to see it. And that's why I was asking if I got you. Let's see, what else do we have here? Is there a reason they were so? Yeah, is there a reason they were so strict on him and they weren't seeming? You gave him more
freedom.
Yes, to be a 15-year-old kid.
I don't know. I gave him more freedom because you got to make mistakes in order to learn from them, but you got to have freedom in order to grow.
Agree. So they just want him to be perfect and captive, and I'm just trying to figure this out. I mean, he's 15.
I agree with that, Amanda, and
Sebastian was in no way.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, Amanda, and that's what upsets me about this case so bad. This case cannot become cold. I'll sit here all day, every day, talking about this just to prohibit that from happening, because it will drive me nuts. There's no way that this case can go cold. This child cannot just be left by the wayside. It can't happen. It cannot happen with this. I'm sorry. I just will not accept that at all. And Dad is 100% right. Childhood is what you could make mistakes and learn from them. 1,000,000%. You have to learn from these mistakes. That's what growing up is all about, guys.
He is a perfect child, but he was my perfect child. He was fun. He was inquisitive.
You can get online on the Switch, even use a hidden browser on them.
I know that on my Switch, I never bought him a Nintendo profile. He could have got a Wi-Fi, but literally all it would do was update his games. Disagree. My son was perfect to me.
He was going to say that. Listen, and I said, if that's the case, I've got 3 perfect kids too. We've already been over that part. He's going to disagree. He's perfect. Do you know who set those games up?
What? Yes, my son had on my PlayStation. He did.
I prayed.
I was the only one with. I had mine, and then he had his profile, but he played on my profile. But most of the time on my profile, he was playing like Spider-Man, which is a solo game. He played Devil May Cry. You know, that's also a solo game. He played a lot of solo games, and when he wasn't playing solo games, I was there.
Seth, do you think Chris caught him slacking off and playing his Switch instead of doing his chores? Oof.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you can answer that one. Let's see.
I pray to God it doesn't, pal.
Yes, he has called him names, and I won't repeat those names because those are things I don't like. I don't use those, and I won't use those. Period, because it's just no. It's a big no, and he's aware of that. Very aware of it. Seth, does Sebastian have a pectus chest causing him to wear a chest plate? Is it at the house to your knowledge?
It's not at my house, and he has a brace, but he stopped wearing it.
It's a hard one too. Yeah, David is good at what he does, and that's
At their house, I have no idea. At my house, it probably showed that it was on when the police turned it on. Because when he leaves my house, he has to turn it off and put it on the charger so that it's charged when he comes back.
Thank you, Seclusions.
I mean, literally, he has to make his bed, clean up his room, put everything away so that he knows where it's at when he comes back. Not to mention, there's not stuff on the floor, so I can vacuum because he leaves and then I don't get to see him for 2 weeks.
I don't know about that either, because your family's in Texas, and we're all. You did hear your mom's message, correct?
No, because I wasn't. I was trying to log in.
Would you like to hear your mom's message?
I wouldn't know, sir. I wouldn't know, Mr. David Gray.
Oh man, that would be awesome to know. Would you like to hear your mom's message?
My mom already told me briefly what her message was.
Making sure. Yeah, she had a message, and I did play that. Can you discuss what? Okay, I don't know that.
I don't know. They didn't discuss that with me.
Yeah, I think he said the last communication that he has had with TBI was it. Did you say?
It was either Friday or Saturday, but they didn't tell me anything about the garbage. I find out a lot of it through news feeds.
Yeah, I will play it. Once he's finished answering questions, I will replay it. I don't want to put him through that because his mom said what she meant, and she meant what she said.
And she don't play.
Yeah, I could tell. We had a nice conversation as well. Very nice conversation. I will replay that. Yeah, I've never been in the garage. All I know is they have a 3-car garage. That's it. Have any neighbors come forward with anything that you know of?
I don't.
Does it go on time?
You mean like on a jungle gym? On a ladder? Up a slide? I have spoken to Katie twice with Chris on the phone.
Fred, he said that they had a good relationship. They FaceTimed.
Yeah, even when he was here, Faith was there. Then Faith would sit there and FaceTime Sebastian on his phone. And Sebastian would literally lay in there on his bed and talk to her for, I don't know, I think the last time was like an hour and a half.
Wow. Let's see anything else. Yeah, there's only certain things he can answer. He can't answer anything that's, and I know for a fact he cannot answer anything that points towards certain legal things. He can't answer those things. I'm gonna let him answer that one too.
I'm biased. I was married to her. It's always a possibility, Phoenix, because there's a ladder. Normally there's a slide or a swing. When I was looking, I have flashlights in my truck, so I was looking at any type of playground equipment, slides, any little tree houses or anything I saw. I would shine my flashlight in there and holler for him.
All right, let's see here. I agree.
Thank you, Miss Hayden.
Terry Dean, he just wants a huge metal slide. My autistic son loved that one when we lived nearby. Mr. Seth, I understand
When
Sebastian.
it came to math, he really liked math. I would say it was one of his best subjects maybe 2 years ago, but he started giving people at school a hard time with his math. Math was one of his best subjects growing up in middle school and grade school. Math was one of his favorite subjects. I don't know, Mr. Fred.
Interesting on that one. I agree.
I don't know, Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Florida.
Please hand out flyers out there, Mr. Fred.
Have a good night, Fuller, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Fuller Adventures.
Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I do agree with that. I've said that from the beginning. That's not, and it's my right to have that opinion. I don't have a good feel or opinion about the man, and I'm not going to change that. There's nothing he could ever say to make me change that. He wouldn't give me 5 minutes just to ask him one question, and I'm glad because he wouldn't have given me the right answer. Thank you again, Fuller. I agree. I agree. That was all I wanted to know. Is that right there?
Mr. Dean, no. For Christmas, I asked my son for because his birthday's in December too, and it's like I asked him for a month. What do you want for your birthday? What do you want for Christmas? And he didn't want anything. The only thing he wanted me to do was to take him to see his me Pap in Texas.
You too, Mitakuye.
And I told him I couldn't do it this year because I didn't have the vacation time saved up, and my truck needed a new torque converter on my transmission.
And they miss him. They really do miss him. You're welcome, Juju. I'm thankful that Seth is actually here and is able to actually answer these things. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you, Peter, but this is Seth. You're welcome, Angel, but this is for him.
Thank you, Spooky Paws. Yes, passing out flyers everywhere helps. No, I didn't hear that, Fred.
It's awesome, Amanda.
Yeah. I try to keep a safe space, and I always want people to have their opinions.
Don't forget, if you do hand out flyers, please use our Google Maps so we know where flyers are at.
Maybe that was the dogs, maybe, because she had the pee pads and the pee tray on the train dogs.
Yeah, because the bathroom in there.
Maybe she meant the puppies, because they said that the trained puppies had the pee pads and the pee tray.
What do you mean seclusion works? That doesn't make what? What did I miss?
I'm looking. Where are we at here?
Mr. Seth, does Sebastian have a concept of land navigation? No, he doesn't. I know he doesn't know how to read a compass.
I don't either. I don't either. It's bad, but I don't either. Anything you have to say to the mother? Katie, I want my grandson back. And if you have information, self-soothed by Rocky.
Hold on, guys. This is the call where
that woman has
Seth's
not
mother
stood
called
up and
in.
screamed from the pits of hell. Bring my baby back. Nothing. Ma'am, you show nothing, and you are disassociating yourself that far. There's something not right here. Well, how about the way he said it right here? How about this? Hold on. She's never said it. She's never shown that she's got any emotion, in my opinion. No, Winnie Kitty. Let me get this one.
What it's for, it's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles. Doing basic, simple things.
Simple things.
And I mean, it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, but we got to do.
Question. I do have a question now. Did y'all understand that right there? Did y'all understand that right there? Did y'all understand what just happened? Do I need to hear it one more time? I said it. I sure did. I said it from my chest too. I'll look you right now and say it again. No problem.
You know, what it's for. It's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And I mean, it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, but we got to do.
Why are you disassociating yourself like that? That, you know, you're talking in the third party, all three parents. Like he is, yes, like he's mentally challenged. Like he's very mentally challenged. He was talking about the cell phone. He was talking about the phone.
And that's one thing, you guys, that has bothered me from the beginning of this. Katie has portrayed Sebastian as being very mentally disabled per se. Okay. And if you listen to Seth, he doesn't. And I know that he's not. He's high functioning. And it almost makes me wonder if there's a form of Munchausen's involved in this scenario with the way she treats him. Okay. Just something I've been thinking about because of the way she talks about him and his issues per se. It's interesting, very interesting.
That's one thing he's talking about. Hello, Debbie. He was talking about the cell phone for one, and how he won't be on that cell phone basically. Was it being fresh? Just making sure I heard right. Oh, I do. I've got that too. A hair on my head. Oh, Katie, Christopher, it's talky talk. I'll talk to them. I don't care. I'll talk to them. I'll talk. Acting like that they were on best terms and best friends. Let me say this. I'll play this right here one good time. Pay attention, please. If that were the case, this sweet lady right here would never say this. The grandmother of Sebastian, Seth's mother. That's correct. And you have a message?
Yeah, I do. First, what I'd like to say and what I'd like to ask everybody, podcasters, everybody, is do not refer to Christopher Proudfoot as my grandson's father, dad, whatever. He is Katie Proudfoot's husband. My son, Seth Rogers, is his dad. First and foremost, when people need to quit calling Christopher his dad because he's not. Secondly, I want everybody to know that I don't play around. I'm going to turn over every rock. Stone, pebble, grain of sand until my grandson is brought home, and whoever and everyone involved are prosecuted to the fullest.
Do you have plans to come here to Tennessee?
We were there for 10 days. We live in Texas, and we will be back when Seth wants us to come, if he needs us, and certainly when Sebastian is found, we will be back.
Anything you have to say to the mother?
Katie, I want my grandson back. And if you have information, I don't care who tells you not to. You need to tell what you know. And for my grandson, if you
Are you guys hearing this? This is Seth's mother being blunt as all hell.
is able to hear this, Mima loves you, Pep loves you, we want you home. Oh my God. We want you home. So you can come to Texas this summer.
And I do believe in Easter miracles. Oh my goodness. And that is
100%.
the grandmother here. Does Grandpa want to say anything? Or does he stand by what you said?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. She's not playing. Did you hear what she
Okay, guys, we've been live for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I just wanted you guys to hear that part specifically. So, based on what I'm gathering from this, and I'm hearing, Grandma, Seth's mother, has her own thoughts about this. I don't know, Victoria. It's weird. I think she was just cutting through different portions of what she put together. But anyway, I'm guessing that the grandmother has her own thoughts and feelings about this whole thing, as she came out and said. And she's basically said, Katie, whatever you've done, whatever you know, you need to come out with it right now, basically. And again, claiming that anything or anybody that has anything to do with this will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So she knows something, guys. Feels like she knows something. She's made some comments here verifying that to an extent. 100%, Paula. 100%. So just saying, folks. Sorry, guys. I needed that. I don't know, guys. I have my own feelings about this, okay? I haven't really put anything out since this started about this, about how I feel. I'm starting to see things that I wasn't before. I'm starting to feel things I wasn't before. So, do you remember when Chris said his SCB just wanted friends for? Yeah, his son just wanted friends for Christmas. Seth said he just wanted to go see his papa. I get that. Absolutely. Wholeheartedly. 100%. And that's absolutely it right there, Sherry. Do not mess with our grandbabies. Biggest mistake on the planet. You don't do that. So, all right, guys. I think that's going to handle it for today. Maybe tonight. I don't want to promise, but maybe tonight, later. Depends on what's going on. But thank you guys so much for hanging with me today, for going through this with me today, for supporting all of these creators that are trying to help bring Sebastian home, that are trying to help bring justice to Madeline Soto, that are trying to bring home Elijah Vu. Again, there's nothing new other than they found his blanket, sadly. And of course, trying to bring home Riley Strain, guys. Thank you for supporting this. Thank you for supporting me. Anybody that has donated anything in any way, shape, or form, thank you so very much. Again, War Eagle, if you're here, thank you for the coffee and the stuff from Amazon. God bless you so very much. And God bless anybody else that has donated to support the channel in that sense. Guys, I want you to know how much it means to me that you're just here supporting me as I do this, to support finding these kids and doing what we do. You guys are amazing. Unfortunately, Terry, I can't because I have to run. But I can, if you want to send me an email or something, I can do that shortly after, or in a little bit here down the road once I get this accomplished, what I got to do. But either way, guys, thank you so very much. Jillian, get a good night's sleep if you can over there in Scotland. I appreciate you joining me. And that goes for all the rest of you guys. Guys, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye. Moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. You guys are amazing. I couldn't do this without you. Love each and every one of you guys. Those of you I don't see, good night. And God bless. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you, cat lady.